The Flame of Islam by Harold Lamb. Part 1. When the sun shall be folded up, and when the stars shall fall, and when the wild beasts shall be gathered together, when souls shall be paired with their bodies, and when the leaves of the book shall be unrolled, and when hell shall be made to blaze, and when paradise shall be brought near, every soul shall know what it hath produced. And by the night when it cometh darkening on, and by the dawn when it brighteneth, whither then are ye going? Verily, this is no other than a warning to all creatures. To him among you who willeth to walk in a straight path. The Quran. Chapter 1. The Frontier. The year 1169 dawned upon a quiet East. Along this frontier of Christianity, nothing unusual was taking place. Nothing ominous, that is. And in that part of the East known as the Holy Land, the Crusaders went about their affairs without misgivings. There was, of course, no actual peace in the Holy Land, or in the rest of the world at this time, and the harvest had been bad. During the last summer the rains had failed, and the wheat and barley crops, in consequence, had been poor. The cattle had suffered, and the fruit yielded little. At such times men often gave way to the temptation to harvest a neighbour's crops across the border, sword in hand. Both Christians and Muslims were accustomed to such raids. For 70 years the Holy Land, around the city of Jerusalem, had remained in the hands of the victorious Crusaders. They had settled here, and here they meant to stay. They had built their little cathedrals on the sacred places where Israel had prayed before them. They had crowned the rocky summits of isolated hills with their castles, and they were the lords of the land. Their sons knew no other land than this, which they called Outremer, beyond the sea, and their grandsons were growing up here. The Muslims accepted the presence of the conquerors as one of the inevitable things ordained by fate. They mourned the loss of Jerusalem, and they awaited the hour when the wheel of fortune would turn again, and the holy city would be restored to Islam. Meanwhile, they were occupied with their own concerns beyond the border. No boundary post marked the invisible line where Christianity ceased and Islam began. Only a watcher standing in the bell tower of the Church of the Sepulchre could look toward the east, over the flat grey roofs of Jerusalem, over the parapet of the massive wall, past the haze of the Jordan Gorge, to the hard blue height of Moab's hills. Beyond that line, he would be told, lay the lands of the Paynims, the men of Islam. If he rode down with the pilgrims through the wastelands of clay and rock to gather reeds at the edge of the muddy Jordan, he would see a squat tower with a stone corral around it for the horses, and perhaps some men-at-arms in the shade of the olive trees. If he dared cross the ford by the tower and ride on toward the east, he might come upon the stained black shelters of a Bedouin tribe, with its sheep and dogs. Instead of a tavern or hospice, he would find only the rough stone wall and cactus hedge of a caravanserai, in which to spend the night. Nowhere would he find any visible sign of the borderline. It was invisible, but it lay, enduring and forbidding, between the men themselves. It separated Nazarene from Muslim, Knight of the Cross from the warrior of Islam. To cross it in reality, a Christian must become a renegade. He must renounce his own faith to enter the world of Muhammad, the prophet, and few were the renegades on either side. At this time, late in the 12th century, men lived by the faith within them. To the wearers of the cross was the visible sign of an everlasting truth. They were the children of God, striving to follow the Signor Christ. Upon no other path would they set their feet. To the Muslims they were merely the people of the book. True, Muhammad had said that the Messiah, Jesus, was one of the prophets. But Allah was God indeed, and Muhammad had been his prophet. Upon the day when all souls would be weighed by the chains of judgment, they who believed would taste of paradise, and they who believed not would know oblivion. No middle path existed. The Muslims were fiercely certain of that. This gulf between Muslim and Christian could not be bridged by any bridge. They might live together in friendship, as many did live, but between them the breach stood as wide as ever. Muhammad had admonished his people never to make lasting peace with the unbelievers. And the Crusaders had taken Jerusalem. They meant to remain there, to tend the Garden of Gethsemane, and to guard with their swords the rock of cavalry over which they had built their churches. Jerusalem was the spot to be cherished above all others in the world. But to the Muslims also Jerusalem was sacred. They called it Al-Quds, the Holy, and they held only Mecca and Medina in greater veneration. Muhammad's home had been in Mecca, and once he had fled to Medina. They dated the years of Islam from that flight. From the rock in Jerusalem, they believed, he had ascended from the earth upon the back of his steed Burak. Now the Crusaders had built a marble altar over the rock, and had placed a cross upon the dome that sheltered it. The Muslims waited for the turning of the leaves of the Book of Fate. They were not aware, nor were the Crusaders aware, that in this year, 1169, events were shaping that would break the long deadlock between them. The change came imperceptibly, and it began out of sight of the frontier, within the depths of Islam. Chapter 2. The Land of the Arabs. The world of Islam was restless as wind-swept sand. It stretched, in fact, over all the deserts and barren ranges between Jibal at Tariq, Gibraltar, and the great heights of Central Asia. Its people, for the most part, were nomads moving with their animals wherever grass grew. Such were the Bedouins, who clad themselves in the camel's hair and wool woven by their women. The children watched their flocks and black goats, while the women did all the work, even kneading rings of camel dung to dry for fuel. The men did the ploughing, with a wooden spike hitched by long ropes to a camel, followed by a harrow drawn by mules. These were the farming implements of Solomon's day, and the Bedouin cared for no better so long as Allah sent rains from the sky. They knew very well of the wastelands, and they plundered every stranger who came to the wells. To the common man of Islam, water was the veritable giver of life. Grass failed when the rains did not come. At such a time, pools and cisterns became dry or poisonous, and the herds were thinned. Pestilence followed a dry season. On the other hand, abundant flowing water created a kind of earthly paradise, from the mass of date palms around an oasis to a hill garden fed by an underground channel. The stone tanks of the great mosques served for washing and drinking alike, and it was a poor palace that did not have a fountain of some kind. Above the rivers, such as the Nile and Tigris, whole peoples clustered, thriving in the flood periods, and sickening when the waters sank low. To these folk of the desert, coming in from the glare and the driven dust of the dry lands, the sheltered shadow, the soft greenery and cool air of an oasis or river gave relaxation and new life. Muhammad had assured them that paradise would be one immense garden where water miraculously never failed. During the 5 centuries of Islam, the Arabs had become the aristocracy of the Muslims, the chosen people, dominant over Bedouin and Berber, black Sudani and patient Tajik. Victorious from Spain to China, they had held the lands and trade of half Asia in their hands. And, like the Romans, they had the pride of conquerors. Being both curious and adaptive, they had learned much from the culture of elder Greece and Persia. And as Latin had become the language of scholars and kings in Europe, Arabic had become the speech of educated men in Western Asia. The Koran, the book to be read, could be copied into no other language. But in 5 centuries the Arabs had changed from the fanatical tribesmen who rode from Mecca under Khalid and Muawiyah with no other possessions than their swords and the memory of the exhortation of a dead prophet. As the Romans had done before them, they settled down in the conquered lands to dispute fiercely among themselves. Unlike Rome, Mecca changed little. It remained the sanctuary of Islam, sheltering the great black stone, the Kaaba, and the sacred well of Zemzem, the goal of the devout, where prayer availed 100-fold, and even the barren stones were blessed. In worldly splendor, however, the great cities of Cordoba and Alexandria, Damascus and Baghdad, outgrew the desert city of the Prophet's birth. The Arabs had a taste for splendor. In Damascus, the descendants of Omar built a mosque that was a veritable wonder. An Arab traveler has described it as it was at this time. Nowhere else is such magnificence. Its outer walls are of squared stones, and crowning the walls are splendid battlements. The columns supporting the roof of the mosque consist of black polished pillars in a triple row. In the center of the building is a great dome. Round the court are lofty colonnades above which stand arched windows, and the whole area is paved with white marble. For twice the height of a man, the inner walls of the mosque are faced with variegated marbles, and above this, even to the ceiling, are mosaics of various colors and gold, showing figures of trees and towns and beautiful inscriptions, all most exquisitely worked. The capitals of the columns are covered with gold, and the columns around the court are all of white marble, while the walls that enclose it are adorned in mosaics. Both within the mihrab and around it are set cut agates and turquoises of the size of the finest stones that are used in rings. On the summit of the dome of the mosque is an orange, and above it a pomegranate, both in gold. Before each of the 4 gates is a place for ablution, of marble, wherein is running water and fountains which flow into great marble basins. The Caliph al-Walid spent thereon the revenues of Syria for 7 years, as well as 18 shiploads of gold and silver. But within the mosque, over a sealed entrance that had been the door of the great Roman basilica upon the foundation of which the mosque had been built, remained an inscription worn by time. Thy kingdom, O Christ, is an everlasting kingdom, and thy dominion endureth throughout all generations. Indeed, wealth flowed through the hands of the Arabs. They had become heritors, by virtue of their swords, of the vast palaces of Yazdegerd and Samarkand. The sweep of their conquest had brought to their feet all the riches stored in the jeweled basilicas of Byzantium and the immense treasuries of Egypt. Their caliphs, the successors to Muhammad, lived in a golden haze of luxury. Harun al-Rashid was dead, but the new commanders of the faithful rode through courtyards as wide as open fields, attended by regiments of guards whose black and gold cloaks gleamed against the blue of the sky, and the plumed heads of the horses were like tawny wheat tossing under the wind. And when the wind blew, the bronze lions roared by the gates. Lovely Zenobia lay in her tomb, but the Bedouins spread their black tents within the white marble columns of her theatre, in the shadow of the temple of Balkis, where the palms nodded over the steaming sulphur springs. Meanwhile, wealth had changed the Arabs from single-minded warriors to shrewd merchants. Many a Sindbad sought his fortune in new lands. Caravans came down the slow, long road from Cathay, the laden camels bearing sacks of rhubarb, silk or camphor, and the musk of Tibet. Over the barrier ranges of India came spices, cinnamon, and precious stones. From the deserts of Arabia the caravans brought incense and dates. Where the trade routes crossed, as at Baghdad or Damascus, enormous markets exchanged the furs of the north for the precious stuffs of the east, and skilled workmen wrought fine fabrics, damask, brocades, or camelet. In a single voyage, a merchant made his fortune by bringing porcelain from China to Byzantium. There he took ship with a cargo of Greek brocade for India. He sold this and bought Indian steel, conveying it overland by caravan to Aleppo, whence he took glassware to Yemen, going back to Persia with embroidered stuffs. Their long open boats with towering lateen sails drifted down the wide rivers and ventured overseas. The Arab masters knew the trade routes, and had besides serviceable maps and compasses at this time, when European seamen felt their way along the northern coasts from headland to headland. But in the last century a new power had entered Islam, displacing the Arabs to a great extent. From that immense reservoir of men beyond the heights of Central Asia, the pagan Turks appeared with their women and children and cattle. They had wolf heads on their standards, and a lust for war in their hearts. They were the brood of the steppes and the lofty snow-filled valleys, and their strength was the untiring strength of barbarians. Some of them, Hungarians and Khazars, turned toward Europe. Others wandered down the rivers, dwelling for a time at Bokhara and Samarkand, then pressing on to warmer lands. These, the Seljuks and Turkomans of the white and black sheep, made themselves lords of the eastern frontier of Islam. Under Mahmud of Ghazni, they penetrated India, while other Seljuks drifted into the service of the Caliph of Baghdad. Whereupon the race of Harun ruled no more, and the Seljuks rode on to the west, until they could look across the waters at the walls of Constantinople. They became devout Muslims, and this new wave of conquest touched Christianity so near that it helped launch the Crusades to free Jerusalem from the yoke of Islam. Fortunately for the Crusaders, the last great sultan of the Seljuks, Malik Shah, had perished before their coming, and Islam remained divided among a dozen princes. In such a chaos, the authority of the caliphs went unheeded. But the Turks had brought new blood into the thinning veins of Islam. They made up the bulk of its armies. While the Turkish sultans ruled, the Arabs remained the intellectual class, with the threads of affairs under their capable fingers. And for generations they had followed a new policy of conversion instead of conquest. Their imams, leaders, and cadis, judges, penetrated the Far East to make converts. For the present, this had no perceptible effect in the Nearer East, yet they had tapped the reservoir of the barbaric clans, and had set new forces in motion. They had extended the dominion of Islam over vast territories, and as far as the guard posts of China, the muezzins called the multitudes to prayer. Chapter 3. Islam. When the muezzin called from his balcony, hundreds of thousands hastened to cleanse themselves and kneel toward Mecca. Allah is Almighty. Allah is Almighty. I witness that there is no other God but Allah. I witness that Muhammad is his prophet. Come to prayer. Come to prayer. Come to the house of praise. Allah is Almighty. Allah is Almighty. There is no God but Allah. Islam, submission bound together the unruly multitudes which had become Muslims, as the Christians called them, those who had submitted. Islam fed their cravings and ordered the hours of their day. It put the sword in their hands and bade them use it against the unbelievers. It made of them a gigantic brotherhood, apart from the other men of the world. They were all wanderers at heart. Why not, when God's earth was wide, with so much for their eyes to see within it? Islam enjoined upon them the duty of the pilgrimage, and of hospitality to other Muslims. The visitor within the bonds of Islam did not make a gift to his host. Instead, the master of the house rewarded the guest. All property belonged to Allah, and they were but the keepers of it. Islam assured them that all happenings were written down in the book of fate, even the hours of their deaths. But fatalism brought its anodyne. If the props of a weak dwelling collapsed and the roof fell in, and perhaps someone was killed, who could avert his fate? The house was rebuilt no stronger than before. When pestilence visited them, and hundreds of bodies were carried out of a single city gate in a day, the survivors bore the dead upon their shoulders and sat down to await what fate would bring them. It was all written, and what was written would come to pass. These men of the desert had a code as rigid as any Christian law. The Bedouin, who would club a stranger to death on the road to take his horse, would not lift a hand against the man who had eaten of his salt. Tribesmen, who would rather kill than loot, and would much rather loot than eat, would pass without a glance the goods of another clan left for safekeeping by the grave of a holy man. Lying was an ancient art with them, but they would hold, with few exceptions, to a spoken promise. What is profit without honor? They said. The Brotherhood of Islam had a strange and restless freedom within it. Its rulers were all autocrats, as the patriarchs of the clans had been before them. The Sultan or Prince was answerable only to Allah for his deeds, but his servants would sit by his bed and worry him out of sleep if they disapproved of his conduct. His deeds must be weighed in the scales of the Quran, and if the balance were against him, a venerable Qadi would appear to exhort him to better things. A prince might seize the property of his followers, but if he did, they could haunt his doorstep and beg for charity. All the goods and gear of the dead, indeed, went into his hands by right. Yet woe to the lord who did not provide for widows and orphans. Like the baron of feudal Europe, he bestowed grants of land and dwellings on his vassals, who must come at his summons, after their fields were planted, to serve in his wars. In their turn they must make annual gifts of money, horses, weapons, or slaves to the prince. The spoil taken in war was divided between the prince and his vassals. Besides this levy of the vassals, the greater princes of Islam had what may be called standing armies. Masterless warriors enlisted in his pay, and ate of his salt. Sometimes he bought outright slaves trained to arms who were known as Mamluks, the possessed. These Mamluks were of Turkish origin, and since they were both loyal and formidable in arms, they became the flower of the armies. Usually they composed the bodyguards of the princes, and their sons succeeded to their position and pay. Like the Cossacks of a later day, they could turn their hands to other work, training horses, building bridges, or caring for falcons or messenger pigeons. They followed the hunt as eagerly as their masters. Already most of the reigning princes of this portion of Asia between the sands of the Sahara and the hill barriers of Persia were Atabegs, father commanders, Turkish captains of war who had first served and then displaced the powerful Arab families. Mahmud of Ghazni had been born a slave. Muslim slaves had little to regret. They could, of course, be sold in the open market, and their lives rested upon the pleasure of their masters. But the position of slaves was an honourable one in this Brotherhood of Islam, since the master had the obligation to protect and care for his servitors, and many a lord was ruled in reality by his domineering slaves, especially if they were Mamluks. Women and infidel slaves were entitled to no more care than the beasts. All this motley world of Islam came together in fellowship upon the Hajj, the pilgrim road. Gaunt Turkomans in sheepskins from the north sheathed their yataghans and trotted quietly beside their feudal foemen, the Kurds of the hills. Black slaves from Egypt, clad in flaming crimson, guarded the tall, swaying dromedaries that bore within screened hampers the women of some emir or prince. Learned cadis, sitting sideways on donkeys under the parasols held by their disciples, discoursed of the merits of the road of salvation, and barefoot pilgrims thronged around to listen. Sombre warriors, shields swinging upon their shoulders, stared through the dust at a passing cavalcade of merchants in striped khalats, with heavy purses swaying at their girdles, and forbore to plunder. Fly-infested beggars thrust out their bowels unreproved. Veiled women, as sturdy as the warriors, with all the pride of poverty and suffering, tugged at the halter ropes of mules upon which old grandsires clung on their last journey to the city of salvation. They all gathered together in the serais at night to share fire and wood and to watch the antics of the dervishes, who circled slowly and chanted to the thrumming of the drums. Holy men with shaven skulls sat patiently in the dirt and dung by the beasts, waiting to accept the leavings of the food. They were all sons of the road, and it was good to be upon the road of salvation. They could not go to Jerusalem, where the Crusaders barred the way, but they knew every tradition of that holy city, how lost souls wailed of nights in the valley of the damned under the Golden Gate, how the white marble height of the noble sanctuary awaited the final day of judgment, when the souls of the faithful would gather in the cavern of souls under the rock of Muhammad's ascension, and Solomon himself would sit in judgment before the chains, with David and the Messiah Jesus at his side. They even knew just where the chains hung from the great arches. They had built, before the coming of the infidels, a dome over the sitting place of Solomon, in readiness for this ultimate event. They cherished old customs, but their restless minds led them off after new soothsayers and would-be prophets, for they were as changeable as children. Credulous and impulsive, they could be fired by an idea. A strong man could lead them easily, but only a saint of Islam could restrain them or hold them together for any time. Ceaselessly they disputed among themselves about the details of their faith, yet they were more than ready to tear the limbs from a marker of their faith. The only thing capable of welding them together was war, the holy war against unbelievers. Muhammad had exhorted them never to fail in the holy war, the jihad. At such a time all Islam would unite, burning with the fever of martyrdom, and who could stand against Islam? But until now they had found no one to lead a jihad against the Crusaders. For a time they had rallied to Zangi, the Atabeg of Mosul, who captured Edessa from the Christians, and so brought down upon them the second of the Crusades. In their anger they had mobbed the pulpit of Baghdad, where the caliph, behind his black veil, remained impotent against the Crusaders. Yet the leader had not come forth. Now, in the year 1169, Nur ad-Din, the great Sultan of Damascus, preached the jihad. Nur ad-Din, however, was old, a man of sanctity, incapable of forcing the issue against the Christian knights. Another leader must be found. Chapter 4. The Knights of the Prophet. As in Christendom, the youth of Islam went to a hard school. Boys grew up under rigid authority, taught by koyas and hajis, sitting in the wide courtyards of the mosques. For the aristocracy of Islam was one of learning as well as the sword. And the Arab and Turkish youngsters swayed in unison as they memorized the sonorous verses of the Quran, even if they did not master reading. Old Mamluks taught them the use of the bow, handled from the saddle, not from the ground. They practiced in the riding fields with slender bamboo lances and became adept at swordplay, the swift strokes of the pliant curved blades. They raced their ponies and longed for the battle-wise thoroughbreds of the stern lords, their fathers. The richest of them found diversion in the favourite game of mal, in which the riders drove a ball about the field with mallets, the game that is polo today. Wine was forbidden them, and dalliance with women denied them until full manhood. Their teachers frowned upon gaming, and even chess was a sport reserved for the elder men. True, they could watch the exciting magic lantern that cast its shadow figures upon the wall, or a rare puppet show in which the ageless Punch cracked obscene jokes and beat his wife. Yet laughter touched them seldom, and most of them grew up sombre, intent on the affairs of men. They shared, of course, in the hunting that was half the life of the Muslim nobles, hunting with falcon, panther, bow, or spear. One of them, Osama, a son of the Lord of Shazah, has left us a tale of his hunting in the beginning of the 12th century. In the house of my father, by Allah, we had about 20 captive gazelles, with brown coats and white coats, also young gazelles, born in his house, and stallions and goats. He would send his men to far-off lands to buy falcons, even to Constantinople. I have taken part in the hunting of great lords, but I have never seen hunts like those of my father. May Allah have mercy upon him. He spent all his time during the day in reciting the Quran, in fasting and in hunting. During the night he copied down the Book of Allah, the Most High. He made 2 copies written from one end to the other in gold. Now we had at Shazah 2 places good for the chase, one on the mountain where partridges and hares were plentiful, the other by the banks of the river, where waterfowl, grouse, and antelope were to be met. Falcons became as common as chickens with us, and the servants of my father, may Allah have mercy on him, were mostly falconers and sake-keepers and men who looked after the dogs. He taught his company of Mamluks the art of caring for falcons. As for him, he went out to hunt accompanied by his 4 sons, and we ourselves brought along our esquires, our led horses and weapons, because we were not safe from encounters with the Franks, our neighbours. We brought more than 12 falcons with us each time, and pairs of men to look after the sakers, the hunting leopards, and the dogs. One man went with the greyhounds, the other with the brockhounds. On the way to the mountain my father would say to us, "Scatter. Whoever has not yet finished his reading of the Quran, let him fulfill his duty." Then we, his sons, who knew the Quran by heart, would separate one from another and would recite until we reached the meeting place. Then my father gave his orders to the squires, who went off to look for partridges. Still there remained with my father, between his companions and the Mamluks, 40 horsemen, experienced hunters. As soon as a bird took flight, or a hare or antelope stirred up the dust, we were off after them, ready to loose the falcons at them. So we arrived at the top of the mountain. The ride lasted until the afternoon. Then we went back after feeding the falcons and let them down at the mountain springs where they drank and bathed themselves. Whenever we mounted our horses toward the place of waterfowl and grouse, it was an amusing day. We left the hunting leopards and sakers outside the reed beds, and only took the falcons with us into the marshy ground. If a grouse flew, a falcon was after it. If a hare jumped up, we cast a falcon at it, which took it or drove it toward the leopards. Then the keeper loosed a leopard at it. If a gazelle jumped out toward the leopards, they were sent after it. Often they captured it. In these swampy reed beds there were numbers of wild boars. We rode at a gallop to fight and kill them, and then our joy was intense. One of the falcons, although still quite young, was large as an eagle. The head falconer, Ganaim, used to say, "This one called Al-Yashur has not its equal among the falcons. It will not leave any game without taking it." At first we doubted him. Ganaim trained Al-Yashur. It became like one of our household. In the hawking it served its master, unlike other birds of prey that pursue the quarry for themselves. Al-Yashur lived beside my father, and was well able to look after itself. If it wished to bathe, it moved its beak in the water to show what it desired. Then my father ordered a tub of water to be placed near it. When it came out, my father put it in a wooden gauntlet made especially for it, and set the gauntlet by a lighted brazier. Then the falcon was combed and rubbed with oil, and they rolled up a fur cloak for it, on which it settled down and slept. If my father wanted to go off to the women's chambers, he would say, "Bring the falcon," and it would be brought asleep as it was, and the cloak placed beside the bed of my father. May Allah have mercy on him. In the winter, the waters flooded the ground near Shaizar, and waterfowl gathered in the pools. My father himself would take Al-Yashur on his wrist and go up to the citadel to show it to the birds. The citadel lay to the east, while the birds were to the west of the town. As soon as the falcon had seen the birds, my father let it go, and it flew over the town until it reached the quarry and seized its booty. When the pursuit was lucky, the falcon came down again near us. If not, it took shelter in one of the caves along the river. We did not know where. The next morning the falconer would go to look for it, and would bring it back. Mahmud, lord of Hama at that time, would send over every year to ask for the falcon, which was sent to him with a keeper, and was used in his hunting for 20 days. But Al-Yashur died at Shazar. One morning I went to visit Mahmud at Hama. While I was there, the readers of the Koran came into view, with mourners, crying, "Great is the Lord!" I asked who was dead, and they replied, "One of Mahmud's daughters." I wanted to go with them to the funeral, but Mahmud forbade me. They all went out and buried the body, and when they came back, Mahmud asked me, "Knowest thou who the dead person was?" I made answer, "It was told me, one of thy children." He answered, "Nay, by Allah, it was the falcon Al-Yashur. When I heard that it was dead, I sent for it and ordered a shroud and a funeral and buried it. Indeed, it was worth all of that." One hunting leopard also lived in our house, in a shed built for it with hay in it. A hole was made in the wall by which the leopard could go in and out. This unusual animal had a servant to care for it. Among the guests of our house at that time was the old and wise Abu Abdallah of Toledo. He had been director of the House of Science in Tripoli. When the Franks captured this town, my father took the Sheikh Abu Abdallah for himself. I studied grammar under him for 10 years. One day I found him with the following texts in front of him: the book of Sibawayhi, the particulars of Ibn Jini, the elucidation of Al-Farisi, and also the examples and the flowers of speech. I said to him, "O Sheikh, hast thou read all of these books?" He answered, "Indeed, I have read them, or rather, by Allah, I have copied them out. Dost thou wish to be convinced? Choose any text, open it, and read to me the first line of the leaf." I took up one of them. I opened it and read a line. He resumed reading from memory until he had finished the part. That was a remarkable phenomenon. At another time I saw Abu Abdallah. He had been hunting with this hunting leopard. He was mounted on a horse, with his feet wrapped in blood-stained bandages. While he had been following the leopard, thorns on the ground had torn his feet. Yet he did not feel the hurt at the time, because he had been absorbed in watching the leopard seize the gazelles. Men of letters like Abu Abdallah were welcome guests in the houses of the nobles. The ink of the learned, so a proverb ran, is as precious as the blood of the martyrs. And beside them sat the scientists, astronomers, physicians, and engineers. Because the astronomers interpreted omens and calculated fortunate days, they were important personages, and usually received large salaries from the princes. On the flat roofs of the palaces they had their spheres of bronze, their zodiacs and horizons carefully made. Already they had set down in tables the orbits of the planets, and had calculated the vagaries of the moon's motion, 6 centuries before Europeans did so. They had even worked out an exact calendar. But the expounders of the law would have nothing that altered Mohammed's choice of the months of the moon. They had translated the books of the Greeks and compared them with the Ptolemaic and Hindu theories, and had learned much. The Arabs had been wise enough to study the Roman ruins that they had found scattered through their conquests. Dikes and aqueducts and hydraulic works seemed good to these avid intellects of the dry lands, and they copied them while Europeans made quarries out of them. Someone translated Aristotle, and he became, for better or worse, the ideal of Muslim philosophers. Natural law and the dicta of logic he made clear to them. Their mathematicians, who were at home with algebra and the decimal system, worked out latitude and longitude, and, having noted down the tidings brought by travellers and seamen, made excellent maps. A certain Idrisi completed a silver chart of the Mediterranean etched on a silver shield. Cairo, as well as Baghdad, had its house of science, with an observatory and a library. A cool and quiet place, the library, with its manuscripts arranged in cubicles up the walls, and its cushioned rugs where men of letters could sit, reading the volumes on the stands in front of their knees and sipping sherbet. In the cubicles lay Greek texts of Archimedes and Galen. Paper had been known to the Arabs for some time, paper made of cotton, at first in Samarkand, then in Damascus. The secret of making it had come from China over the caravan road, with many other things. The Arab physicians had secrets of their own. They knew of more than simple remedies, having studied a bit of chemistry and the course of the blood. Most ills they treated by diet and hygiene, while the Christians of Europe still searched for malignant demons. And a few years before, Nur ad-Din, the enlightened Sultan of Damascus, had built a public hospital where physicians made examinations and gave out drugs. Only in surgery were the men of medicine deficient, because the expounders of the law forbade them to cut or alter human bodies. The keen minds of the Arab scientists probed into the causes of things. They followed Aristotle into the mysteries of nature and pondered. And out of their pondering grew disbelief in religion. About the philosophers gathered groups of doubters, invoking the mantle of Pythagoras. Mysticism went hand in hand with skepticism. A century before, the wine-loving court mathematician of the last great Seljuk Sultan had written, "Myself, when young, did eagerly frequent doctor and saint, and had great argument about it and about, but evermore came out by the same door wherein I went." Chapter 5. The Assassins. An echo of Omar's plaint was heard within Cairo, where the freethinkers gathered together. Cairo itself lay beyond the authority of the orthodox Caliph of Baghdad, and the idlers in its courtyards dared mock at Islam while they nourished secrets of their own. They were known as Ismailites, and they built a lodge of their own, sending out into the east their missionaries of unbelief. And thereby hangs a tale so strange that, although the truth of it was established long ago, it has the seeming of a myth. The tale is of the Old Man of the Mountain, as the Crusaders called him. During the lifetime of Omar lived one Hassan ibn Sabah, a freethinker, an Ismailite, and a man of consummate ambition. This extraordinary soul was not content to be a missionary of skepticism. He dreamed of a new power. He said that with a half-dozen faithful servants he could make himself master of the world. It is related that after he said this, one of his friends fed him meals of saffron and a certain wine, supposed to be remedies for madness. Later, Hassan sent a messenger to this friend. "Which of us is mad now?" Because in a way he made good his prophecy. At least he became the Old Man of the Mountain. In the beginning, undoubtedly, Hassan possessed great personal magnetism. The half-dozen allies that he desired he acquired readily enough by his boldness. He preached a very simple creed. Nothing is true, and all is permitted. And he gained attention by ridiculing some of the rather absurd traditions of Orthodox Islam. He formed his followers into a secret order, divided into preachers, companions, and fadawi, devoted ones. These became the real key of his success. They were the assassins. Garbed in white, with blood-red girdle and slippers, each of them carried a pair of long curved knives. They were young, and Hassan initiated them into the secrets of hemp-eating and the virtue of opium mixed with wine, until they became, in reality, the blind instruments of his will. He convinced them that death was verily the door to an everlasting delight, of which the drugged dreams gave them only a foretaste. To these youths Hassan appeared to be a prophet more potent than any figure of Islam. To discontented souls he presented himself as a liberator. Only to the few subtle minds of his order did the master reveal his real purpose, to win power by instilling fear, and wealth by upsetting the existing order of things. "Bury everything sacred," he explained, "under the ruins of thrones and altars." And he began a schedule of assassination to create fear. Usually 3 fadawis would be sent to kill the appointed victim, often at the hour of public prayer in a mosque. The first assassin would leap at the condemned man and stab him. If he failed, the second and third would make their attempt in the ensuing confusion. Since they themselves rather sought than avoided death, they rarely failed in their mission. At other times they would disguise themselves as servants or camel-men, water-carriers, anything. In the crowded streets of Mohammedan cities such folk throng past their betters. His first victim was the wisest soul in Islam, Omar's patron and his own benefactor, Nizam al-Mulk, the minister of Great Seljuks. Nizam's death hastened the breakup of the Seljuk Empire, and Hassan profited from the chaos. He dared assassinate Maudud, the Ghazi of the north. Shrewdly he profited more from the fear caused by his daggers than from the killings. Who cared to refuse him an annual tribute to escape the daggers? Hassan was punctilious about his word. If he promised a victim immunity, the man went unharmed. Naturally, many amirs and sultans made open war on him. In whole districts the Malachid, heretics as his followers were called, were searched out and slain. But Hassan himself proved elusive, and other lords who were afraid of the daggers protected him. One influential teacher preached against him, cursing him publicly, and before long an assassin knelt upon the chest of the too daring preacher in the seclusion of his study. A long knife pricked the soft skin of his stomach. After the Fadawi had vanished, the preacher no longer cursed the heretics, and his disciples asked him why. "They have arguments," said the great man, who was not without humour, "that cannot be refuted." And then again an enemy of the order would awake to find 2 daggers thrust into the carpet beside his head. The resulting dread of overhanging peril would sap the courage of a man who did not fear the open shock of battle. No one was immune. The Caliph of Cairo fell under the daggers. But Hassan's greatest conception was his castles. Usually a Muslim lord had his citadel on some height within a town. The Grand Master of the new order of death sought out sites upon the mountains overlooking a city. Existing castles he bought or intrigued for, and in the wild mountain districts he built strongholds of his own. These were of stone, and almost impregnable, so that a few men could hold them. So Hassan came to be called the Sheikh al-Jabal, the old man of the mountain. And no old man of the sea was ever such a burden as he. To his strongholds flocked all unruly spirits, and he made a place for all. Few cities in the hill regions of Persia and Syria did not have a castle of the assassins to reckon with. At the end of his life, Hassan had managed to lay the foundation for his strange new imperium. He ruled an empire of his own, from Samarkand to Cairo, wherever stood the mountains. His plan, after all, was simple. He had laid the governing powers under contribution, and enlisted the revolutionary powers of the people. Having established a perpetual reign of terror, and profited much from it, he died, and another Grand Master headed the order. And at this time Paradise was built. Tales of it filled all nearer Asia, and generations passed before the outer world knew the secret of it. Alamut, the Eagle's Nest, was the headquarters of the order. Here, on the summit of an unclimbable mountain, a walled garden had been built, a garden filled with exotic trees, with marble fountains that tossed wine spray into the sunlight, with silk-carpeted pavilions and tiled kiosks. The melody of invisible musicians hung upon the air, and all men who entered were wrapped in the dreams of opium, or yielded the bodies of beautiful girls. And only the young assassins could enter this paradise. First they were given a drug and carried in a coma to the garden, where they awakened to every delight of the senses. Then, after 2 or 3 days, they were drugged again and carried out into the castle of Alamut, where they were told that, in reality, they had been allowed to visit the unearthly paradise, the place that awaited them at death. No island of lotus-eaters quite compared to the garden of the Eagle's Nest. Above the entrance gate was written, "Aided by God, the Master of the world breaks the chains of the law. Salute to his name." Just how the assassins managed to appear to be all things to all men is one of the mysteries of Elder Asia, wherein the straight path often went round about, and prophets spoke in parables, and sanctuaries were veiled, and men were led by ideas instead of rules. Chapter 6. The Caliph's Curtain. The assassins were in fact very much like vultures, perched in their rocky eyries, watching the movements of human beings in the crowded valleys below. No one knew in what place the shadow of the vulture's wings would fall, although they were most often seen in the mountain region of Persia far to the east, and in the hills north of Lebanon that divided the Crusaders and the Muslims. During the chaotic conditions of the last 100 years, they had risen to the height of their power, They were, however, by no means supreme. For one thing, the caliphs still reigned in Baghdad, no more than spectres of the early caliphs, but still with the black veil and the mantle of the Prophet upon them. North of Baghdad, up the ancient Tigris and Euphrates, extended a network of little dominions ruled by the Atabegs, the warlords whose chief citadels lay in the grey rock of Aleppo, above the red wheat fields, and in mighty Edessa, with its ruined churches standing desolate. Still farther north, the warlike Armenians clung to their mountain villages in the barrier range of the Taurus. Beyond them lay Asia Minor, its lofty plateau a grazing ground for the Sultan of Rum, Kilij Arslan by name. He was almost the only surviving prince of the Seljuk line, and he was gradually pushing the Byzantines back, within the shelter of the walls of Constantinople. And one man was patiently tracing a pattern of order through this kaleidoscope of the Near East. Nur ad-Din, the son of Zangi, had made himself supreme over the minor chieftains, and he ruled over the beginning of an empire, from Edessa in the north to the Arabian desert in the south. Light of the Faith, they called him. A just man, rigorous and devout, but too old to follow the path of war in the saddle. He had lieutenants more than willing to do this for him, Shirkuh, the mountain lion, and Ayub, his brother, Kurds, who made a hobby of statesmanship and a pastime of war. Nur ad-Din reigned in Damascus, the bride of the earth, and he was loath to leave its fruit gardens where lines of willows and poplars kept out the desert dust, and swift waters murmured under old bridges. He prayed in the great mosque, with white-turbaned hajis sitting by the opened windows of coloured glass, ceaselessly intoning the verses of the book to be read. Beside the mosque clustered the tombs of Islam's elder champions, in the rose gardens under the dark mulberry trees. Through the four gates pattered the bare feet of children hastening to a teacher's desk, and the limping feet of the sick, and the firm feet of the lords. He had brought peace to Damascus. Under the latticed arcades of the alleys, grey heads bent over chessboards of inlaid ebony and ivory, while bearded lips muttered the gossip of the roads. At night, upon the terraces, stately figures scented with civet knelt about the banquet cloth, sipping sherbet, while the pungent smoke of burning ambergris drifted up, and lutes wailed. Against the marble fretwork of balconies overhead, fair faces pressed, and dark eyes searched the shadows of the narrow streets, watching the torches of an Amir's cavalcade go by, or the plodding lantern of a drowsy donkey. It was due to Nur ad-Din, the son of the Atabeg, that comparative quiet prevailed in the Near East in this year 1169, because while he held the unruly north in reign, he had made a truce with the Crusaders. These indomitable fighters lay within Islam, but not of it, separated by the long natural barrier of Lebanon, beside which the Jordan descended into the Dead Sea. There was, however, a third power to be reckoned with, in Cairo. El-Kahira, men called her, the Guarded. Others knew her as the City of the Tents. She was mistress of the Nile, luxuriant and fecund and ageless. Toward her gates rode the merchants of all Asia, and from her port of Alexandria went forth the ships of all the seas. Within her coffers lay wealth incalculable. But she was harassed and bereft. Too much blood had been shed in the halls of her palaces by the great grey mosque. The tombs of her mighty ones had fallen into neglect, and down by the river the tents of the Bedouins stood among smoke-darkened ruins. The mark of the beast, devout Muslims said, is upon her. For the Caliph of Cairo was apart from orthodox Islam, a schismatic. His adherents devotees of Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad. He wore white instead of traditional black, and his unruly congregation believed passionately in the coming of El-Mahdi, the guided one, who would be a second Muhammad. This Fatimid caliph lived in guarded seclusion. Sudanese swordsmen filled the corridors of the great palace, and paced the mosaic floors of the antechambers, by the marble fountains where peacocks strutted and parrots screamed. The audience hall glistened like a gigantic treasure vault, with its ceiling of carved wood inlaid with gold, and its inanimate birds fashioned of silver and enamel feathers and ruby eyes. But the Caliph was hidden from the eyes of the curious by a double curtain of gilt leather. Men said that he ate from gold dishes and drank from amber cups, he and the bevy of his women. When he went from the city, a pavilion wrought of gold and silver thread accompanied him. When he wished to enjoy the cooler air upon the river, a silver barge awaited him. Rumour said more than this. Within the foundation of the palace, fair girls had been walled in, alive, as a sacrifice. A gilt cage was kept in readiness to receive the Caliph of Baghdad as a captive, if the arms of Cairo should ever prevail over the host of orthodox Islam. And up the river, so rumour insisted, there was a hidden pleasure kiosk built in the semblance of the sacred Kaaba of Mecca, and a marble pool filled with wine to mock the holy well of Zemzem. Darker whispers could be heard in the seclusion of the harem, of a caliph who had poisoned his son, and a wazir who had been cut to pieces by the palace women. The caliph ruled Egypt only in name, the real power in the hand of his wazir, or minister. The caliph had become a figurehead, the wazir a dictator. Between them they had bought off the enemies of Egypt for years, while the caliph amassed new treasures. They had managed to play the invincible Christian knights against the victorious armies of Nur ad-Din. Once they had paid the Crusaders to beat off an attack by Shirkuh, and then they had summoned Shirkuh to defend the city against a foray of the king of Jerusalem. A dangerous game, this, of buying protection. The Knights of Jerusalem and the Mamluks of Damascus had both tasted the honeypots of the great palace, and had seen with their own eyes the weakness of the man of Cairo. This taste only whetted their appetite for more. Amalric, king of Jerusalem, was a fighter, and an aggressive fighter. Clearly, he saw that the capture of Cairo and the Lion of the Nile would bring final triumph to the Crusaders, and would break the deadlock between Jerusalem and Damascus. The possession of the caliph's treasures alone might do that, but if the Crusaders could hold Cairo and the narrow isthmus of Suez, where the canal now lies, they would separate the Muslim of the Near East from those on the African coast. And Shirkuh saw the situation just as clearly. He pointed out to Nur ad-Din that the Crusader castles below the Dead Sea made a salient that almost cut off Damascus from Cairo. Muslim caravans had to feel their way through the desert to steal past the watchful eyes of the Christians. With Cairo in his hands, Nur ad-Din could pinch out this salient, and then attack Jerusalem from two sides. Amalric started the race for Cairo as the year 1168 ended. Having the shorter distance to go, he was the first upon the scene. But the fiery general of Nur ad-Din was close on his heels with a greater host, and Amalric, having failed to surprise Cairo, was forced to withdraw as quickly as he had come, to his own lands. Thence he journeyed to Constantinople to beseech aid from the Byzantine emperor. Not so did Shirkuh. He saw his chance, and took it. Riding triumphantly into the gates of Cairo, he boldly claimed the reward of a rescuer, and the caliph received him with outward rejoicing and inward misgiving. At once the mountain lion pounced upon the hapless wazir who had played the double game of intrigue for so long, and the caliph agreed that it was full time the wazir died. Whereupon Shirkuh was invested in a robe of honor and duly declared Wazir of Egypt. It became apparent that Shirkuh meant to be dictator in fact as well as in name. The swaggering Kurd overrode the Fatimid officials and collected his own taxes, to the mingled fear and admiration of the watching Cairenes. The caliph stayed behind his curtain. Whether he was served by convenient poison or not, Shirkuh died almost in the moment of his triumph. His death left Nur ad-Din's army without a head, and the Caliph without anything to protect him from the army. The situation was precarious, and the amirs of the army agreed with the Caliph that a new wazir should be chosen at once. They debated among themselves and named Shirkuh's nephew, to win the loyalty of Shirkuh's Mamluks, a young officer who was a general favourite. And the Caliph agreed at once, seeing in the officer a man too young to be experienced, an easier soul to deal with than Shirkuh. So the Caliph sent a new robe of honour out to the camp with an escort of cadis to salute the hitherto obscure officer and to bestow upon him his name title, El-Malik en-Nasser, the conquering king. The officer was Saladin. Chapter 7. Saladin. Shirkuh's nephew thus became administrator of Egypt at a time when the kaleidoscope of the Near East was shifting in even more than its wonted fashion. He discovered himself to be at once the wazir of a schismatic caliph and the general of the orthodox army of Damascus. He must be a pacifier of an unruly country and defender extraordinary against that veteran warrior Amalric of Jerusalem. Some of the older amirs, jealous because a little-known youth had been placed over them, left the army and went back to Damascus with their men. Others remained, expecting that Nur ad-Din would appoint someone else in his place. It would be hard to conceive of a more trying situation. Yet Saladin emerged from it undisturbed, and in the end he made a name for himself greater than that of the two giants of his day, Frederick Barbarossa and Richard the Lionheart. Even in the beginning he had the gifts of patience and firm determination. By birth he was a Kurd of the northern hills, where the patriarchs still led the clans. Like the Scottish Highlanders, the Kurds of that day knew the law of the sword and of loyalty. They were like the Arabs, but apart from them. Lean and dark and passionate, they had all the pride of the elder Greeks. The spoken word was their bond, and he who had shared their salt was safe from harm at the hand of the giver of the salt. All Kurds were soldiers by inclination, and devout Mohammedans by tradition. But Saladin, strangely in a Kurd, had no love of fighting for its own sake. Slight in body, subject to intermittent fever, he lacked the energy that makes a sport of war. Courteous and shy and self-contained, he avoided quarrels. He had a taste for fine horses and rare wine, and books. He played polo well, and he sought leisure rather than public honours. He had not wanted to come to Egypt this time. By Allah, he had said, if you offered me the kingdom of Egypt, I would not go. I have suffered at Alexandria ordeals which I will never forget. But go he did at the request of Nur ad-Din, he who once had held Alexandria for Shirkuh against the siege of the Crusaders for 75 days. Rumour has it that the Christian knights esteemed him and welcomed him into their company. No man may escape his fate, the jesters of the bazaar pointed out. Lo, here is this same Saladin, now master of Egypt. Only this much is known of Saladin. The shadowy outline is that of a recluse and a scholar more than a warrior. Yet Saladin was sought after by the lords of Islam, and the men of the army accepted his leadership. That he was able to command he proved at once, when the throngs of Cairo rioted, and he hung the worst of them. He defended Damietta against the Byzantine fleet that came down later in the year. He even struck a counterblow at the Christians, raiding with his Mamluks across the sands and plundering Amalric's outposts. Still, he was not reconciled to Cairo and its endless responsibility. When his father Ayub, a shrewd and impetuous statesman, then governor of Damascus, joined him in the city, he offered to yield the wazirship to him. The old Kurd refused. "Am I," he said, "to alter what hath been done by fate? Nay, thou art the Wazir." Whereupon Saladin plunged into the task of creating an orderly government in Egypt out of the prevailing chaos. He had been chosen dictator, and dictator he would be. Cairo, blackened by fires, scarred by plague, rotted by bad water, had not known a firm hand for generations. Only the newer part of the city, with its palaces and mosques, lay within the massive brick wall. The rest of it, between the bare brown hills and the distant peaks of Giza's pyramids, was a half-ruined waste where Bedouins prowled and looted dismantled tombs when the mist hung over the river. But the life of the bazaars went on apace, and wealth gleamed amid the debris. Under the arches of the souk, carpets were piled high, and hemp bales pressed against jars of olive oil. Coloured lamps burned through the night above chests of spices and pearls from the Indies, watched by swordsmen from Maghreb or Rayi. In this labyrinth crowded a multitude of buyers and sellers. Jews in blue robes bargained shrilly with Armenians and Venetians, who wore bells about their necks to show that they were despised Nazarenes. If they rode donkeys, they had to sit face to tail. For this was the true city of the 1,001 Nights, sleepless, indolent, and very wise. Arab sheikhs in dark robes strode among crimson-clad Negroes. Circassian slaves, veiled from forehead to toe, rode past in a cluster of black eunuchs with their long staves. Fair and indifferent Greek girls stood in the slave market under the insolent eyes of Turkish officers. Mamluks in jewelled khalats built themselves palaces of half-dried bricks in a month, and feasted on the carpets of slain enemies. From this tumult Saladin held aloof. While he displaced the Fatimid officials with his own men, and gave the vacated palaces to them to plunder, he lived in a small house near the mosques. He discovered a great library within the city, 120,000 volumes, and while he had some of the manuscripts sent to his own house, he entrusted the mass of them to a distinguished man of letters, the Qadi el-Fadil, thereby making one firm friend for life. He gave up wine and sports and settled down to a routine of labor. At sunrise he rose from his mattress and washed his face and hands before making the dawn prayer. After his servants came in to salute him, the new wazir ate a little fruit washed in clear water. His sleeping mattress was rolled out of the way, and he held a morning levee, listening to the reports of his officers and the complaints of the mullahs and merchants of the city. When they had taken their leave, the young Kurd went out to make his daily inspection before the heat grew too great. At such a time he became a stately figure, a slender man, erect in bearing, with quiet and meditative eyes. He wore a black tarbouche, or long fez, wrapped round with a white turban cloth and a black cloak, its white sleeves trimmed with gold thread. Into his girdle was thrust a long Arab scimitar with a gold or jade hilt. His horses were the best of the Arab thoroughbreds, their reins and headstalls heavy with silver or gilt coins. About him clustered his guards in yellow cloaks. Before him went riders beating upon silver kettle-drums and black Sudanese, running barefoot, who cried, "Way for the conquering Lord, the favoured of Allah." For the East demands splendour in its masters, and the throngs that salaamed to Saladin, or ran beside him to beg, would have drawn their knives to loot him if for one moment he had relaxed the rein of authority. But that moment did not come. Ayub gave him wise counsel, and Shirkuh's Mamluks transferred their allegiance to him. One of them, Karakush by name, knew all the arts of fortification, and planned with him, after a devastating earthquake, a new citadel on the spur of the overhanging hills. They meant to run a wall from the city to the citadel, and all the way down to the Nile. All Saladin's kinsmen rallied to him. Taqi ad-Din, his nephew, a youthful and warlike soul, leader of the wild horsemen of the north, and Turan Shah, his brother, an experienced man but uncertain and over-rash. And Nur ad-Din, the Sultan, sent him congratulations with fresh troops and suggestions. The conquest of Egypt delighted Nur ad-Din, who wished to have the Caliph of Cairo deposed, after which Saladin was to march to aid Nur ad-Din to overthrow the Crusaders. Saladin, however, did not obey at once. He knew that Nur ad-Din had one foot on the edge of the grave. If he left Egypt to its own devices and joined the Sultan, he would become an officer of the army again, with others more than ready to take his place. So Ayub and Saladin played their parts in a real comedy. When Nur ad-Din was far in the north with his army, the young Kurd would march against the salient of the Crusaders, raiding the castles of the knights down in the desert. The Sultan, hearing of this, would hasten back joyfully to aid him, and Saladin, upon one pretext or another, would decamp and recross the sands to Egypt. The comedy did not long deceive the astute Sultan, and rumor said that he meant to come in person and dispossess the young master of Egypt. Saladin assembled his small council to discuss the situation. Sitting down by Ayub on a carpet with the leading amirs, the officers of the Mamluks and his own kinsmen, he asked them what they would do if the Sultan, Nur ad-Din, marched on Egypt. "When he comes," cried Taqi ad-Din, "we will give him battle and drive him from the land." The others assented, saying that they had eaten the salt of Saladin. But Ayub lifted his grey head angrily. "I am thy father," he said, "and here is al-Harimi, thine uncle, and for the rest I am certain of their loyalty to thee. Who would wish thee better than we?" "I am sure of that," Saladin assented. "Well," Ayub went on, "by God, if I and thine uncle should see the Sultan Nur ad-Din, we would lower our heads and kiss earth before him. If he orders us to cut off thy head with a sabre stroke, be sure we will do it. That is how we are. And these others, if one of them saw the Sultan Nur ad-Din, he would not dare to remain sitting in the saddle. He would get down to kiss the earth. All this country is the Sultan's, and if he wishes to name another in thy place, he will do it, and we shall obey his commands." All the officers of the council cried assent, saying that they were the slaves and Mamluks of the Sultan. Saladin dismissed them, and Ayub, when he sat alone with his son, said bitterly, "Thou art a fool, an idiot, to bring together all these men and tell them what thou hast at heart. When Nur ad-Din learns of thy plan, he will march to attack this land, and thou wilt not have one of these men to defend it. Nay, more, some of them will write to him concerning thee. Write thou also, saying, Why march against me to bring me to obedience? For that it will be sufficient to take a towel and pass it around my neck. When he reads thy letter, he will put aside thinking of thee, and will occupy himself with the more important matter of his kingdom. So thou wilt gain time. God is great and all-wise." Ayub had spoken the truth. The Egyptian army was loyal enough to the young Kurd, but the appearance of the great Sultan in the field would cause a general desertion. Saladin realized this. He gave an order that took a good deal of courage. When the multitude gathered in the great mosque on the following Friday for prayer, the mosque was as usual, the unlit lamps hanging from the lofty ceiling, the carpets clean and brushed, and the very shadows inviting meditation. But when the preacher advanced from the alcove to the carved wooden steps of the minbar, there was a turning of heads and the sound of heavy breathing. Attentive eyes saw that he was clad not in the customary white, but in the black of the orthodox preachers. Even his turban was black, and about his hips a sword had been girdled, as in the days of Muhammad and the companions. Thrice he paused in his ascent of the steps to strike the sword sheath upon the wood for silence. But there was no need of that. He lifted his long arms, and his voice echoed against the high arches. "Blessed be the companions, the followers, and the mothers of the faithful, and the Caliph al-Mustadi." The prayers went on after an instant of amazement, for the preacher had invoked the name of the Caliph of Baghdad in the great mosque of Cairo, within an arrow's flight of the palace where that other Caliph, the Fatimid, lay behind his curtains. Saladin had virtually dethroned the Caliph of Cairo, thereby making a host of new enemies for himself. But he had made his own position clear. He was a follower of the lawful Caliph of Baghdad, and acknowledged no other lord. By the same stroke, Saladin gained possession of the Caliph's treasure. Gold and silver ingots ranged along the walls as high as the ceiling, with caskets of matched pearls and great uncut precious stones almost beyond the counting, as well as the famed enamel peacocks and a leopard made of ebony spotted with pearls. With this trove in his hands, he could set Karakush to work in earnest, taking massive stones from the pyramids to build the new walls, and an aqueduct to bring good water from the hills, and a dam to keep out the stagnant river water. As Nur ad-Din had done in Damascus, he planned an academy for the men of letters, and a hospital. Said an Arab from Spain, who saw it years later, "He appointed over it a man of knowledge, with a provision of drugs. In the chambers of this palace couches have been set, with bedclothes and servants who inquire into the condition of the sick morning and evening. Opposite this hospital is another for the women. Adjacent is a spacious court, where the chambers have iron gratings for the confinement of those who are mad. He himself investigates everything, verifying what is told him with the uttermost care." Meanwhile, his court was growing. Muslims went far to seek out a man who had been fortunate. Fatalists, they believed that achievement came only from the will of God, and a man who had achieved much was beyond doubt favoured of God. The Qadi el-Fadil was now administrator in general. New figures appeared at Saladin's side, a certain Hakhberi, an old Arab jurist, and Aluh, the eagle, who was poet, astrologer, and debater in one. Saladin liked to listen to their talk, but he was careful to send Turan Shah afield to search for a place of safety into which they could retreat if the Sultan marched against them. Turan Shah rode up the Nile, only to return disgusted with tales of half-naked blacks who laughed when he spoke to them. He fared better when he explored the Arabian desert. But Saladin had no need of this pied-à-terre. Sturdy Ayub could counsel him no more. The old Kurd, riding recklessly through a gate of Cairo, was thrown from his horse and killed. Amalric of Jerusalem followed him to the grave, and in the act of preparing to invade Egypt, the Sultan Nur ad-Din died. This was in 1174. The embryo empire of Damascus cracked into fragments under the hands of the leading emirs of the army, and Saladin, after a survey of the situation, took upon himself the task of keeping the dominion intact, himself to be the Sultan. Undoubtedly he was the man most fit to succeed Nur ad-Din, and to this task he brought all his quiet patience, as unbending as tempered steel. Chapter 8. The Path of War. It is clear that Saladin planned the jihad from the first. He knew that only in the jihad, the holy war, could he unite the factions of the Near East. Turkoman, Kurd, and Arab would follow the standards to war against the unbelievers. The Atabegs of the north, the sheikhs of the desert clans, and the emirs of Egypt would ride to such a summons, given the Sultan to lead them. He wrote to the Caliph of Baghdad, recalling the many times in which he had opposed the Crusaders, and pledging himself to the holy war that would free Islam from the invaders. He had already united Cairo to Baghdad. Eventually, he would regain Jerusalem. But 12 years passed before the victorious Kurd was able to declare the jihad. 12 years of almost ceaseless campaigning and siege and pacification. "Only a hand that can wield a sword may hold the scepter," said the proverb of Islam. And Saladin had need of all his tact and clear judgment to weld together the fragments of Nur ad-Din's dominion. In this time he never rode willingly to war against Muslims, but he never failed to take up the sword when other means failed. "Shed no useless blood," he told his sons in a later day, "for blood never sleeps. Win the affection of your subjects." Damascus opened its gates to him, but the Atabegs of the north defied him in his homeland, and the Sultan of Mosul in the east supported them. They were sturdy and fearless, the best of the Turkish horsemen. We find him surprised by them in the prairies by the horns of Hamah, and again trouncing them in the red wheat fields within sight of Aleppo. We see him throwing off the cloak of intrigue and openly declaring himself Sultan of Syria. The Caliph acknowledged him as Sultan, and sent him the black war banners of Baghdad. Meanwhile he roused against him a dangerous enemy. In clearing out the underworld of Cairo, he annihilated the lodge of the Ishmaelites, the freethinkers who acknowledged the authority of no sultan. When the Ishmaelites stirred up the Sudanese to revolt, Saladin scattered the rebels and crucified the leaders, nailing them to the city gates. This brought down upon him the anger of the assassins, and the order went forth to slay him. The first attempt failed, owing to the vigilance of his guards. Saladin went his way undisturbed. It was his custom to bar no one from his tent, and one day he was visited by the veiled figure of a little girl, who revealed herself as the daughter of Nur ad-Din. Saladin greeted her with his customary grave courtesy and asked what gift she would have from him. "The city of Izaz," she cried. And the Sultan bestowed upon her without hesitation a city that had cost him a trying siege. Generosity was instinctive with him, and a chronicler relates sadly that he would make gifts of all the horses in his stables until even the one he rode was promised to someone else. Here also Saladin, sitting alone in his tent, was visited by other guests. 3 assassins gained the tent and flung themselves at him. The rearmost of the 3 was swept from his feet by the sword of an outer guard. The Sultan warded off the dagger of the first and moved aside. A knife blade struck against the steel of his headpiece, wounding him slightly. Before the drug-crazed youths could get in a deadlier blow, the Sultan's swordsmen were upon them. Thrown down and disarmed, they were carried off to be tortured into confession and then hewn apart. They were sent, his soldiers told Saladin, by the Sheikh al-Jabal. This second attack was too much for the patience of the Sultan or the endurance of his officers. The whole army was mustered in ranks, and every man who could not be vouched for was dismissed. Then the army got into the saddle and marched into the mountains of the Assassins, to the west of Osama's old home, between the long valley of Hamah and the sea. Here, in the pine-darkened uplands, the half-wild cattle grazed among the sandstone ledges, and isolated on the summits the castles of the sheikh loomed against the clouds. Saladin's horsemen ravaged the valleys thoroughly, driving off the cattle and making their way down to the edge of the foothills, where stood a yellow castle with 60-foot walls, rising from an outcropping of solid rocks above the clay huts of a village. This was Masyaf, the stronghold of the assassins in Syria. And the grand prior of the order in Syria was Rukn ad-Din. It was said of him that he never left the walls of Masyaf by day, and that he had the power of going and coming through any obstacle. His followers believed that he was more god than man, since he had never been known to eat, drink, sleep, or spit. The great stones of the castle, fitted together without cement on the elevation of the rock, defied the Sultan's siege engines for a week. Accounts differ as to what happened then. One version has it that Saladin awakened to find a dagger thrust into the earth by him, and a scroll bearing this message: "What thou possessest shall escape thee in the end, and return to us. Know that we hold thee, and will keep thee until the account be closed." Saladin's guards then surrounded his pavilion at night with a solid ring of men, and scattered flour outside the tent cloth. On the following morning the Sultan was unharmed, and no human visitor had been seen. But in the white flour lay the mark of feet entering and leaving the tent, feet that pointed outward, coming and going. By this time the Sultan's officers were in a mood that verged upon homicide and panic at once. They were not reassured by a message sent down from Masyaf in quite an earthly way by a paper tied to an arrow. "Knowest thou not that we go forth and return as before, and by no means mayest thou hinder us?" After that, few slept the night in peace within the lines of the Sultan's army. Men whispered that Saladin would die if he did not withdraw from Masyaf by the end of the week. And true to his promise, they beheld the master of Masyaf depart from the castle in the night through all of them. A blue light glowed upon the dark battlements and descended to the rock, fading and springing up anew in another place. Arrows were shot at it, and torches swung in vain. Like a changing will-o'-the-wisp, the blue light darted among them and vanished at last toward the hills. So runs the tale. All that is certain is that the Grand Prior pledged Saladin immunity from the weapons of the assassins, and the Sultan, on his part, withdrew from Masyaf at the end of the week. Thereafter, the men of the mountain did not molest the Sultan, nor did he invade their country again. Damascus saw in the son of Ayub a protector and a patron. The Sultan had left El-Fadil and Karakush in charge of Egypt, and spent much of his time in the gardens of the river city, where the scholars flocked in a body to his sitting place, and men rode in with petitions to offer. For the word got about that Saladin would send no one away without a gift. His officers defended him as best they could from the beggars, but Saladin smiled. Once he noticed that his treasury was full, and ordered Muqaddam, the treasurer, to give out money to the lords, soldiers, and servants. "I remember, O my lord," Muqaddam observed, "when Nur ad-Din sat where you now sit, he also bade me empty the coffers in gifts by fistfuls. 'Fill your hand,' he said, but when I grasped the first fistful, he restrained me. So, if you give, do not give to all." Avarice, Saladin smiled, is suitable in a merchant, not a king. Give out the money with both fists. When he was afield, Damascus listened to the tidings that came in by camel rider and pigeon post. The city rejoiced when Aleppo and the north yielded to him at last, and it lamented aloud when the Sultan, crossing the lands of the Crusaders with his army, was assailed suddenly by the Christian king while the men were getting over a stream. The brief fight was deadly, and the Muslims, although much more numerous, were broken by the charge of the mailed cavalry. Only the devotion of his bodyguard saving the Sultan, who had to flee for hours at the full speed of his horse and make his way back to Cairo in the rain and chill of winter. It was a costly lesson, and Saladin did not venture again imprudently across the border. Damascus rejoiced when word came in that he had avenged his defeat in battle with the Crusaders, taking 70 captives, among them some of the great lords. After this, in the year 1180, the Sultan agreed to a truce with the Crusaders while he arranged the affairs of his new empire. He dreamed of a widespread peace between the rulers of Islam, himself and the Sultan of Mosul, and the Seljuk Sultan far to the north in Asia Minor. War to him was a task that every ruler must undertake, but he had no pleasure in war, and he looked ahead to a lasting peace. To gain this, he meant to rally all his strength and move against the Christian Crusaders when the 2 years' truce expired. He would drive them from the coast of Syria into the sea and regain Jerusalem. This would be the Jihad, the Holy War, and in it the men of Islam would find themselves united. During the interval of quiet he assembled his forces, and at this time, among the petitions that were pressed upon him, he found a salutation that was like a voice from the past, because it had been written by the aged hand of Osama, who had lost all his lands, and lived now upon charity. May Allah grant long life to our master Al-Malik An-Nasir Salah ad-Din, Sultan of Islam. For his mercy made a way for me from the country where I lived, separated from him, no longer having fortune or children. He had me brought to his noble court. In the greatness of his soul he raised up the old man who, without him, would have been raised up by no one. Out of his generosity he rewarded me for services to other princes, and so carefully did he take account of those services, he might have been a witness of them. His gifts were sent to me, to my house, while I slept, so that I need not rise to receive them. Now have I honor again that time had taken from me. He, the Sultan, has on his part restored the tradition of the great sultans, and has built up the column of the dynasty. By his sword the empire has become an impregnable fortress. Glory be to Allah, Lord of the two worlds. It was summer in Cairo, and the dust haze hung over the grey river, when the Sultan mounted his horse and gave the signal to lift the black banners. Ragged fakirs thronged about his steel-clad Mamluks, crying joyfully, and the merchants locked the bazaar gates to go and stare at the armed men who were setting forth upon the jihad, the path of God. They saw that a handsome Kurd, a nobleman, held the stirrup of the Sultan, Al-Adil the Just, the brother of Saladin. Turan Shah lay in his grave, and Taqi ad-Din was off in the north, gathering the contingents of war. Karakush, disconsolate, came forward to kiss the stirrup and take his leave, for he would stay in Cairo to raise the foundations of the citadel, now taking shape on the brown hill above them. The cool north wind breathed through the alleys and stirred the black folds of the banner. The Mamluks trotted between the palaces, and drums echoed the murmur of the multitude. Saladin settled his yellow cloak upon his shoulders and looked about him. "O king," voices cried, "O bringer of victory, in your shadow we live." A slender poet pushed his way to the Sultan's stirrup, bent his head, and chanted a verse of salutation and leave-taking. "Taste well the joy of the flower of the Nejd," he sang, "for after this night no more will it flower for thee." And the multitude was silent, hearing in these words an omen, like the chill breath of the sea that crept into the warmth of the sun. Chapter 9. Exiles. Sun burned upon the grey stone roofs. The wind beat at the stone walls, and the wind came from the desert. In its dry touch lay fever and restlessness. It passed over the city, over the hills of the promised land. Men turned away from it as if the desert wind had been an enemy. The blood throbbed slowly in their bodies, and they sought the shadows, away from the sun and the hot breath of the sky. Only in the narrow Via Dolorosa some heedless pilgrims knelt. A horseman passed through the shadow of the covered market street. He wore a long, loose robe of white samite, and a skull cap on his shaven crown. His rough beard fell to his girdle, from which hung a long sword. On the breast of his robe was embroidered the great red cross of the temple. A group of long-haired men-at-arms pushed past him, talking loudly in Norman French and staring at the gold trinkets in the booths. At a stand of perfumes, a lady's page sniffed and argued with an impassive Armenian over a copper coin. Beside them, a black-robed monk felt judiciously of a leg of lamb and shook his head, while the bare-legged native boy holding the basket behind him yawned. From a money-changer's stall came a babble of voices, Greek and Arabian, and the clink of gold coins being tested by clever fingers. A cavalcade of black goats on the way to the butchery stopped to sample tempting sugar-cane and galloped off under the legs of the Templar's charger, which paid no heed to them. Not until the shadows filled the streets of Jerusalem did people venture out. Horsemen moved toward St. Anne's, where, by the sunken pool, under the sycamores, a wedding party was assembling, and the bright satins of nobles mingled with the softly gleaming silks of their ladies. They waited by the dark green water that once an angel had troubled, until bells chimed and a young girl passed between them, her rigid head upholding a gold coronet, and her long train of cloth of gold reflecting the last glow of the sun, raised from the dust by the hands of solemn children. A turbaned Muslim, a wayfarer from some unknown place, gazed at her curiously, until she disappeared within the pointed arch of the entrance. Bells chimed above the sycamores, and the high voices of children answered them. Alone by the water, the wayfarer leaned on his staff, wondering perhaps at the strange Nazarenes who never veiled the faces of their women. Vesper bells rang out over the roofs, from the tower by the sepulchre to the Basilica of Sion. Sheep crowded through a narrow gate where spearmen idled. A boy passed among the sheep, tugging at the hand of a bearded man, upon whose shoulder lay the hand of another who led in turn a third and fourth, their faces raised to the evening sky, blind men who had come to pray for a cure at the Rock of Cavalry. Not until the dusk deepened did the king come out upon the open gallery of his manor, beside the Tower of David. He was alone, and even so he wore a veil over his head. He moved like a man in pain, sitting upon a bench, his hands hidden in his sleeves. Men waited within sound of his voice, but he did not call them, for he was the son of Amalric, Baldwin, by grace of God, 6th king in the holy state of Jerusalem. Young he was, and since childhood he had been a leper. Baldwin the leper, they called him, the last of the male line of Godfrey and the first Baldwin. Valiant the spirit that endured the growing pain, without respite or hope, cherishing, like a dream, the memory of that day when he had been still capable of sight, and had led out the Templars from Ascalon to fall upon the array of Saladin and drive the Moslems before him. He had been 16 then, and now 6 years later he could not go to the wedding of his sister. He would have no children. What then of Jerusalem? The care of the future lay upon him, and his days were numbered. For 65 years no foeman had dared march against Jerusalem. The precious wood of the true cross rested within its gold casing, safe in the sanctuary of the Patriarch. The crosses of pilgrims covered the Rock of Calvary, where candles burned by day and night, and the reading of the service of the Lord went on without ceasing. Would it ever cease? Baldwin had the piteously clear mind of the maimed, and he loved Jerusalem. He knew every one of the gnarled olives of Gethsemane, and the stones in the dry bed of Kidron. He had watched the sunsets darken against the western height while the bells tolled. Jerusalem was still as it had been. The pilgrims thronged with candles to the altars. But Baldwin dreaded the future, and what might come to pass after his death. Why had the great churches been so avid of land? They held fields and villages and every sacred place, and they drew tithes from the men of the land, but they paid nothing in return. The king himself had less than the abbot of Sion. The pilgrims came and prayed and went away, but the lords of the Holy Land must protect Jerusalem. and last year there had been a near famine. In Europe, so travellers said, they were building high cathedrals, carrying stones on their backs by torchlight, while the good people sang. The kings of Europe were growing in power, but where were they, and their men of arms? They did not come beyond the sea to aid the king of Jerusalem. Why had the churches at home sent out guilty men to do penance by the voyage to Jerusalem? Criminals and felons, adventurers and landless men came now beyond the sea. Italian merchants owned half the coast ports. All wore the Crusaders' cross, but they did not come on crusade. Instead, they sought spiritual salvation or profit for their purses. And Baldwin, in his pain, was filled with a doubt and a foreboding. He had ordered his sister, Sybil, to marry, so that there would be one to take his place upon the throne. Alone he waited, listening to the distant bells. Alone he brooded, while the veils of darkness closed in upon the gallery and its garden, and his face that must never more be seen. Spring came early to Galilee in that year of our Lord, 1183. Blue grass flowers covered the hollows, and the fishing boats went out with their nets. Black cattle wandered down to stand in the water and drink. White hibiscus bloomed in the shelter of the walls. Light clouds drifted far up above the gleam of the lake sunk between the green heights. To Raymond, third Count of Tripoli and Prince of Galilee, it brought new care, for in that spring the truce with Saladin expired, and Raymond was commander of the mailed host of Jerusalem. He had come with his lady and his minstrels and his knights to the great castle of Tiberias, above the shore of the lake, the castle of black basalt seamed with cement. An iron citadel stretching forth its courtyards and towers down to the edge of the water where the fishing nets dried. Raymond lingered at Tiberias, because here he could watch the blue hills in the east and the roads. Islam ruled the east, and the road from Damascus wound south of the lake. Over this road, guarded by Tiberias and the lofty castle, the Star of the Winds, Muslim horsemen would ride before long, he fancied. His people had full joy of the green spring. Girls and esquires rode afield, galloping over soft cotton fields, laughing in the shade of the pomegranates, while troubadours sang the new fable of Alcacin and Nicolette. Nicolette, ô le gens court, pour vous suivre nous en beau. They carried their falcons on embroidered gauntlets over the breasts of the hills, while men-at-arms clattered behind them. They rode under Tabor's round summit, seeking for traces of fallow deer, while their dogs gave tongue. The grey monks of Tabor looked down at them, and ragged fellahis leaned on wooden hose to watch. They were gay in their long bright mantles, and they rode the Arab paces with a loose rein. For they were the youth of the land, the young blood of Outremer. They had been weaned in beyond the sea, where a dozen peoples served them. Merchants from Baghdad brought them linen sewn with pearls and jewelled saddle-cloths. The hot sun had darkened their skin, but they cared not for that. Among the girls were to be seen the brown eyes of unknown Armenian mothers, and the broad, full cheeks of other Greeks. But this was beyond the sea, not Normandy. They had never seen the smoke-stained halls of Christendom, or the dark, damp woodlands where the sun was cold. Embroidery stands and dull Latin texts and heavy black dresses would have amused them, for they had scores of Syrian girls to embroider for them, and courteous Arab gentlemen to doctor them, and the wide fields to pleasure them. So the troubadours sang when the hunt was ended, and they sat at meat on the terrace outside the square castle keep. Bright and fair was the starlight over Galilee. Raymond the Count sat in the high place, fondling the greyhound beside him. The slim esquire leaned over his shoulder to fill the wine goblet as soon as it was empty. He liked the strong red wine of the country, or the full flavour of the Cyprus grapes. Greek wines were better than mead or muddy ale. Impassive natives held spluttering torches high, and the feasters could not see the stars. The elder ladies had been to the wedding at Jerusalem, and had many a tale to tell. Who had ever heard of a wedding in Puck, with barely a week's time to summon the nobility? And in a small church instead of Sion. The bride had entered alone. Sybil carried herself well. No one could say nay to that. She had a man's daring, and Jaffa and Ascalon for a dower. She knew her own mind, although she had obeyed the king, her brother. Why had she made such a choice? With all the lords of Outremer looking at her like amorous shepherds, they did hope to be the chosen one. She took a newcomer for her husband, a handsome fellow with an empty mind, a landless knight of Poitou, Guy, brother to Amalric of Lusignan, who is constable of Jerusalem. Amalric of Lusignan at least had a sword, but Guy had only fine eyes and a manner. Was it true that he had been banned from home for the slaying of a duke? Of course, Guy had been devoted to the young countess, a widow, and comely. The women of Ascalon said that Sybil gave herself to him before now. She is young and most secretive. And Amalric looked black as thunder. The poor king, of course, is troubled, and would give much to undo what is now done. So the talk ran on, for in Beyond the Sea it was a notable event. Raimond and his court sat long over their wine in the hot night, when the torches had been sent away, and the women had retired with their talk and their hidden fears. So his ancestor, Raimond of Toulouse, had revelled in joyous Provence a century ago, before the Provençals had taken the cross and fared forth to Beyond the Sea. And the Provençal men never loved brooding or nagging cares. A song was better. Wine was better. For 5 years Raimond had been a captive of the Muslims, and wine could not efface the memory of that. Raimond hated inaction. He knew himself to be the most capable leader of the mailed host of the Christians. He had the courage to strike and the wisdom to avoid a trap, and he knew the Muslim method of fighting. But the Templars who held the frontier castles disliked him, and now the sister of the king had married a man who would be pushed forward by his enemies. He had feuds on his hands with the reckless Reginald, lord of Carac, and the Templars. Here in the hot lands where the sun drained strength from them, the Crusaders turned to hazard and revelry to pass the long hours. Hard riding and hard living shortened their years and tempers, but they would rally, Raimond knew, to the king's summons to war. If Baldwin had only been a whole man, or if Guy of Lusignan had been a brave man. What would Saladin do? Where would the wind blow next, or the wolves of Lebanon hunt? Raimond could do nothing but wait, chained to his castle, pacing the rampart along the lake, while his lady slept and the young girls and the esquires dreamed of hunt and fable and shadow plays. So there was no peace in the mind of Raimond, Prince of Galilee, who could not sleep in these fair nights of spring. Tranquil were the waters of Galilee, and clear the star gleam upon them. But over his head rose the mount with the ruins of Herod's palace, above the caves where the hot sulphur water trickled out of the ground. Beyond the broken palace, with the mosaic floors, wound the road to Armageddon. Raimond had emptied too many goblets in these hot nights, and had looked too long into shadows. He too had his dreams. In the heights above the sunken lake, a strange company was gathering to a ghostly trumpet call. Were there not ghosts upon the ground of Armageddon? Surely the pavilions of Holofernes swayed when the desert wind breathed upon the heights. The ghosts knew the death song of Saul and the rumbling chariot wheels of Pharaoh. They had heard the thunder tread of the elephants of Antiochus and the steady tramp of the mailed legions of Rome. The road had known them all, and the beat of the hoofs of the fierce horsemen out of Arabia. They were coming again, these ghosts. They were there now, waiting upon the heights. Chapter 10. Saladin pays a visit. That summer the worthy William, Archbishop of Tyre, rode patiently in his chambers by the new cathedral, where the sea lapped ceaselessly against the walls. Several pages he added to his Historia Rerum in Partibus Transmarinus Gestarum. He told how the Christian host assembled slowly at the rendezvous near the village of Saphuria to meet the expected onset of Saladin, and how Baldwin the king had himself carried thither. It happened while our people waited at the wells of Saphuria. The king had a fever at Nazareth, which grieved him much. Besides, his leprosy so enfeebled him that his body could no longer aid him. Sight left his eyes, and his hands and feet began to shred away. So he could no longer govern the kingdom and attend to its needs. Yet no one wished to bid him withdraw himself, for, although weak in body, he was great in courage and vigorous in enforcing his will. Nonetheless, when the fever gripped him so hard, he made the barons come before him, and named Guy of Lusignan, Count of Jaffa and of Ascalon, of whom I have spoken before, who married his sister. He named him Bailly of the kingdom. But he insisted that while he lived, no one else should be crowned king, and he kept for himself the city of Jerusalem. Many were angered at this thing the king did, some because the count was placed at the head of the lords of the land, others because they despaired of the kingdom under his management. Still others said that he would do well and defend the kingdom. Among the common people there was murmuring and complaint, and a saying, "Many men, many minds." This Guy began to act without wisdom, and was very proud and vainglorious of this Bailly that he had. But he did not have long joy of it, as you shall hear. While this went on, and the Christian host waited at the wells of Saphuria, suddenly Saladin entered our lands with great companies of his men, well mounted and armed. He passed below the Sea of Tiberias into the plains of the Jordan, and sent his foragers out on all sides. They came to Bethsan and found no one there, so they took all the food and furnishings, then tore down the fort and went away. Our barons heard where they were. Saddling their horses and covering well their bodies with armor, the barons arranged themselves for battle as had been agreed, and advanced with the true cross going before. If our Lord had not been angered at his people for their sins, our Christians would have made a great overthrow of the enemy, for they had 1,300 knights and sergeants well mounted. Of footmen there were 15,000. They passed the mountains where lies Nazareth, the city of our Lord, and descended into a plain that was called in old time Esdraelon, whence they hastened by rapid paces toward the well of Tubania, where Saladin was quartered with so many men that they covered the whole country. They hoped to have a great contest with the enemy, but Saladin broke camp and went away, and left them the fountain. He waited 1,000 paces away. One part of his horsemen arrived at Petit-Guerin and took it by force. Another sally of the Turks brought them to a castle called Forbelais, which they gained by force and took all that they found within, men, animals, and other things. The third company of Saracens advanced directly toward the host of our men. They kept so near to us that no one could go out upon the road for any need without being slain. Some of them climbed upon Mount Tabor, and did that which had not been done before. They demolished an abbey of the Greeks, who were of St. Helena, and took all that they found within. Another company of Turks went off to the mountain where lies Nazareth, and climbed to the heights from which they could look down into the city below them. When the women and the children and the weak people saw them so near, a great many were frightened, and began to flee into the cathedral. The press was so great at the entrance that some died there. The host of our barons was so hemmed in on all sides by the enemy that no one dared leave it, and no one could go to it with provisions. From this it happened that a great famine began, and many endured misery, especially the foot soldiers and the peasants and the Genoese and Venetians and others from over the sea, who had left their ships in port and had come up to aid us, with the pilgrims who were awaiting the October passage home. When our barons saw the great suffering of the people, they took counsel and ordered the bailies in the neighbouring castles to send them in all the food that could be had. They did this willingly. A large part of our knights went to escort the food. One party of them foolishly wandered and fell into the hands of the enemy. These also had dire need of food, so that which they seized comforted them the more. It seemed to those of us who knew war that the Turks were well on the way to suffer a great damage. But a hatred and a covert envy came between the barons, who neglected the war. They had such dislike of the Count Guy of Jaffa, who was a stranger, and neither a wise man nor an able knight. For 8 whole days the Turks laid waste the land without hindrance, while our men did nothing. On the 8th day, Saladin led his men back into their own land. So William of Tyre wrote, and he did not add that for the first time an army of Crusaders had remained passive in the presence of a weaker host of Muslims who had withdrawn unmolested. The discord in the army convinced Baldwin, who had wished to abdicate in favour of Guy, that he must find someone else to take the reins of command. Pain-racked and solitary, he was still the king. He named Raymond of Galilee regent of the kingdom, and called upon the Patriarch of Jerusalem to divorce Guy from his sister Sybil. This the Patriarch would not do. Baldwin then cried that he would summon Guy to trial for divorce, and when the new Count of Jaffa and Ascalon fled with his wife to his city of Ascalon, the king had himself carried thither in a litter. But the gates of the city were closed against him by Guy's order, and Baldwin, climbing from his litter on his grey robe and veil, limped to the gate, and beat upon it with his fists. A voice called to him to go away, and the leper crawled back to his litter. He could do no more. William of Tyre censured the barons of the land with harsh words. The men, he wrote, had become no better than the infidels. There is not a chaste woman in Palestine. But the fault lay with the leaders, not with the men. True, they had changed in the 90 years of their dominion. They had talked with the learned men of the Arabs. They had lived within the throng of the priesthoods of Elder Asia, the Nestorian hermits, and the silent Armenians, the Coptic monks in their white cowls. Maronites and Jacobites had come to pray at the sepulchre once the way was clear. The Crusaders had learned that Antioch, not Rome, had been Peter's city. They had wondered why the priests showed them Calvary and the rock within the wall of Jerusalem, and not upon a hill outside the walls. They had tilled the land of Israel to sow their barley and maize and lentils, and had laboured with the natives to ward off famine, while the churches of the Holy Land lived upon the tithes they paid and the alms from Christendom. The churches, waxing wealthy, had not the same influence as before. William of Tyre knew that Heraclius, who was now Patriarch of Jerusalem, had a great treasure in his coffers, and a hand greedy for gain. Heraclius was no scholar, and he was given to lust, and men had made a song about his Madam Patriarch, who had been a tavern singer. But these matters the good archbishop did not see fit to write. He was well aware that the lands which did not belong to the churches were passing, little by little, into the hands of the great military orders, the Temple and the Hospital of St. John. These servants of the Holy Land had become, in a way, its masters. They held all the frontier castles except Tiberias and Kerak, and they were answerable only to the Pope in Rome. Culprits against ecclesiastical law could take refuge with them and be safe. With no able leader to meet the danger of a general Muslim war, the defense of Jerusalem rested upon the castles. These, except for Banyas by the springs of the Jordan and Castle Jacob at a ford below Galilee, were intact. Some of them had just been finished, for the task of shaping the great stones and hauling them to the heights took years, and Saladin had stormed Castle Jacob in a week. The archbishop believed the castles would hold out. They gripped the heights of the Holy Land from Dan, which was Banyas, below Beersheba. Their walls circled the towns. Tyre itself was a citadel of the sea. These citadels lay within a day's ride of each other, some of them no more than walled villages with a massive square tower, and others like the great crack of the Knights, called the Flame of the Franks by the Muslims, circling with huge double walls rising from a great talus, the summit of a hill. Crack of the Knights was the headquarters of the Hospitallers, up beyond Tripoli. 1,000 horses could be stabled in the corridors of its inner work, and 5,000 men could take shelter there. Its round towers were citadels in themselves, with gates, engines, covered passages, and lookouts 100 feet in the air. No siege engines could break through the sloping talus built upon solid rock, and no siege towers could be advanced to the walls because of the talus. The Hospitallers had learned their art of fortification from the Byzantines, and their crack was twice the size of Coucy or Pierrefonds, the largest castles of France. Many of these citadels, standing like white monuments upon the high crest of the ridges, could signal to the others at night. All of them had water stored in cisterns or a covered way going down to a great reservoir. Unless surprised, they would inevitably withstand a Muslim attack until the main army of Jerusalem could come up to relieve them. For each one had its scores or hundreds of men of arms skilled in raid or siege, and if the Muslims passed by the castles, they must leave a greater force to watch the garrison. No Muslim army would dare penetrate to Jerusalem, leaving the network of castles intact behind it. Even Saladin, who had struck glancing blows along the line from south to north, could not hope to surprise the castles, which all had outpost towers on the lower slopes and guard posts along the roads. William of Tyre wrote the last words in his history, troubled words. For Baldwin, the dying king, had asked him for proof that life endured after death, and the shocked prelate had replied with long and logical arguments. But Baldwin had doubted, and so the leprosy had defied all the prayers of the churchmen. And the Archbishop William saw in the imagined heresy of the Knights the cause of the trouble that beset Jerusalem, the lack of sons in the royal line, and the growing power of the Muslims. So the doctrine of his faith had taught him to reason. He put aside the parchment pages of his book and said farewell to Tyre. With other envoys, he took ship for Christendom, to visit the courts of the kings of France and England, to plead for aid for Jerusalem. Beyond the blue haze of the gorge of the Dead Sea, beyond the bare line of Moab's height, and far beyond sight of the watchers in Jerusalem, lay the farthest castles. Kerak of the desert, Stone of the desert, and the white walls of Montreal, rising over the green of olive trees, and Achamant, standing above the valley of Moses. Fertile was the earth here, with its groves of fig and pomegranate trees, and its shadowed springs, and the castles stood guard at a kind of desert crossroads, where the pilgrim road ran south toward Mecca, and the caravans from the east turned off to go to Egypt. So these outpost castles had been verily a stone in the throat of Islam. Nur ad-Din gnawed at them fretfully, and Saladin struck at them his swift unseen blows. But still they stood, and just now they housed a wolf. The Arabs called him Arnot. Arnot was an old man most skilled in waging war, with great fortitude of spirit, they said. In his youth he had been Reginald of Châtillon-sur-Marne. From there he had followed the path of war with a heedless daring of his own. Many a time had he awakened under a burning roof, or set a torch to the roof beams of an enemy. Faithless in most things, callous and indifferent to death, he went his way in a grim fashion. Sword-slayer and brigand when it suited him, with the single virtue of courage and the gift of winning the loyalty of men. We first hear of him stealing a bride and making himself lord of Antioch. But Antioch, still splendid, had fallen under the influence of the Byzantines, and when Reginald of Châtillon, now of Antioch, attempted to seize the imperial island of Cyprus, he was smitten down and forced to hold the bridal reign of a Byzantine emperor. Then, in the Muslim war with Nur ad-Din, he was taken captive and held for 15 years. When the wolf became free at last, he was given the fief of the Stone of the Desert, the Barbican of the Holy Land, and the point of greatest danger. Perhaps only Reginald, of all the souls of Christendom, would have dared the unthinkable. No sooner had Saladin announced the jihad than Reginald went off to attack Mecca, to destroy the sanctuary of Islam. He built ships on his mountain summit, in pieces, and carried them on camelback, escorted by friendly and mystified Arabs, across the sands to the northernmost point of the Red Sea. He painted the galleys black and put them together while he besieged the port of Ayla, and his 2 galleys cruised south, utterly unlooked for, down from one white-walled sea village to another, taking rich spoil along the sea that had been a Muslim lake for 500 years, and still is. No chronicler has recorded the year-long jaunt of these Crusaders who appeared in their mantles and mail in the track of Islam's pilgrims. It was like the coming of the Last Judgment, an Arab historian says, and for a space utter amazement paved the way for the doomed men. They camped in mud villages under palm groves, coming and going from their galleys, while the season's pilgrims scattered to the inland hills. Then retribution overtook them. Saladin was in the far north, but Al-Adil, his brother, launched a fleet from the Egyptian side and pursued. How the battles were fought for long weeks we do not know. Once the Crusaders were within a day's march of the holy city of Medina, and near there they were cornered. We pursued them until not one of them was to be seen or heard of. All that crowd of infidels was sent to hell. We made 170 prisoners. At least 2 of the captives were sent to Mecca to be slain before a multitude on the day of sacrifice in the nearby hills. Others were brought back in triumph to Cairo, bound upon camels and donkeys, sitting face to tail. The stories they told us of their hardships and exploits almost burst our hearts with astonishment. The Sultan ordered all of them to be beheaded. Not one man was left to relate again his adventure, or to point out to others the route of the Red Sea, that impregnable barrier between the infidels and the sacred city. But the Muslim chroniclers were mistaken. One man had escaped, and Reginald of Carrock came back to his castle, where he abode in quiet for a while, as a crippled wolf licks his wounds. His spirit had not altered, and he lost no time in raiding the caravans that stole past his stronghold. That year a wedding was held in the wolf's lair. The young knight, Humphrey of Toron, son of the old Humphrey of Toron, who gave the accolade of knighthood to Saladin, the legends say, 20 years before at Alexandria, took for his bride Isabel, the younger sister of Baldwin the Leper. He was a man of honour, born of the highest lineage of Jerusalem, and she also was young and of a proud family. Only that much is certain. Why they were married in that distant stone of the desert, among the dour swordsmen of the Lord of Carrock, we do not know, except that Humphrey was a kinsman of the Wolf of Carrock. Reginald summoned all the minstrels from beyond Jordan, and killed a dozen sheep for the wedding feast. The Arabs of his village climbed to the mountain to watch the fires, and to listen to the singing. Before midnight, the bride and the groom had been escorted to the small tower in the centre of the 500-yard enceinte, when the darkness became alive with other sounds. The roaring of drums and the clashing of cymbals, the ringing of steel against steel, and the battle shout, Yallah-i-Islam, Yallah-i-Islam. Saladin had come up, unseen during the feasting, to exact retribution for the Mecca raid. His soldiers stormed the outer wall and drove the Christian swordsmen headlong through the wide enclosure, past the magazine and reservoir to the moat of the castle keep. But the crippled wolf was not to be taken. Reginald and the bulk of his men got across the drawbridge over the chasm that divides the citadel from the outer work. Saladin stormed the remainder of the enceinte and set up his siege engines across the moat from the keep. But when he learned that he had interrupted a wedding, and that the two lovers were quartered in one of the towers of the keep, he ordered that no stones be cast against their tower. And Reginald sent out to him meat and wine from the banquet board, and a message of regret that he had lacked time to prepare more fitly for his distinguished unbidden guest. Saladin's engineers settled down to work the engines and pound at the isolated citadel. For a month or more Reginald held good his keep, until Raymond, his feudal enemy, crossed the Jordan with the army of Jerusalem to his relief. Then Saladin, who was not in strength, withdrew to the north, but not before Raymond had come into his camp to talk with him, and had agreed, as the Sultan also agreed, to a 5-year truce. The young prince of Galilee saw in the truce the best safeguard of Jerusalem. Saladin wished it for a reason of his own. He had subdued the restless north, but Mosul in the east troubled him, and he had to keep Taqi ad-Din with an army to safeguard Aleppo. This prevented him from using his full strength against the Crusaders, and he planned to extend his rule over Mosul and the great mountain region of Iraq before making his real effort against the Christians. So he departed from the frontier early in the year 1184. In the next year died Baldwin, king of Jerusalem, with no one to succeed him. Chapter 11. A King is Crowned. For a year no one walked in the gallery under the Tower of David in Jerusalem. The crown of the kingdom lay in the sanctuary of the Patriarch, while noblemen, priors, and grand masters came and went, and the talk in hall and monastery grew hot and fierce. Many of the peers claimed the regency for the young Raymond, while others argued that he had made an unworthy truce with the Sultan. The Patriarch listened to them all, and especially to Doridiford, the master of the temple. Sybil had all the pride of her birth, and a will that could overlap the obstacle of a weak husband. She was the sister of the dead king, and she claimed the throne by right, by the old feudal right. Others opposed her, saying that Guy was not worthy to wear the crown of Baldwin. Raymond of Galilee became the leader of this party, who wished Isabel and Humphrey of Toron to succeed to the throne. Many of the barons gave allegiance to the young Isabel, but her husband respected the old feudal right and would make no move on his own behalf. No one kept watch for Saladin, for the tale came down from the north that he was sick unto death, and, living or not, the pledge of his 5-year truce would stand. Then Reginald of Carac rode into Jerusalem, and armed Templars sallied out from their quarters in the White Palace that once had been a mosque. A cavalcade of spears from Ascalon entered the gates at night, and in the morning the gates of the city were in the hands of Sybil's supporters. Heraclius, the patriarch, saw this, and agreed readily that feudal right should be maintained. A procession formed between curious throngs and climbed the narrow street to the Church of the Sepulchre. The white surcoats of the temple and the grey coats of arms of Carac surrounded the pale Sybil and the silent Guy, and the procession filed into the door of the sepulchre, into the deep shadows where candles flickered between marble columns, and black-clad priests stood at the door of a closed tomb. By the altar, Heraclius, in full robes, lifted a vial of ointment and a crown, and his voice echoed under the dome, "Prelates, seigneurs, bourgeois, and you, the people who are assembled in this place, we make known to you that we are here to crown Queen, the Lady Sybil, Countess of Jaffa and Ascalon, and we wish you to tell us if she is to be truly the Queen of the kingdom." Thrice the patriarch asked the question, and thrice the murmured answer was yes. But when the ceremony was at an end, and the time came for Sybil to rise from her knees, she lifted the crown from her head and placed it upon her husband's, saying, "Thus now do I, Sybil, bestow upon thee, my husband, the crown of the kingdom." And taking his hand, she led him to the high seat of the cathedral. And Amalric, the constable, hearing of his brother's coronation, said, amazed, "Faith, if they have made him a king, they should make me a god." Isabel, the sister of Sybil, cried out against it, but Humphrey of Toron, a good knight and a man of easy mind, would take no stand in the matter, and men fell away from Raymond, who alone defied the authority of the new lord of Jerusalem. It was said that Raymond went then to Saladin, and did homage to the Sultan. Months passed, and Reginald of Carac found the truce irksome. Raymond had made the truce, not he, and the Prince of Galilee was in disfavour. When the great Muslim caravan from Cairo camped under his castle with its multitude of slaves and tempting bales of goods, the master of Carac could not hold back his hand. He led down his followers and seized the caravan, and held it, in spite of Saladin's instant message of protest, in which the Sultan claimed the caravan as his own, under the safeguard of the truce. Reginald's answer was to sally out against the long caravan of pilgrims coming back from Mecca, and Saladin's patience snapped. "If the Lord wills," he cried, "I shall slay that man with my own hand." By now Saladin had recovered from his illness, and his work beyond Mosul was done. For the first time he mustered the levies of the far lands, the distant Turkoman clans and the Kurds of Iraq. His chronicler said, "To fight for the cause of the Lord was with him a true passion. He spoke of nothing else. He thought of nothing but war and engines, and occupied himself with nothing but his soldiers. He was content with the shade of a single tent." Something of his enthusiasm animated the new levies, who marched with him down to the Jordan, while Taqi ad-Din, with a corps of veteran cavalry, manoeuvred about Antioch to hold the Christian forces of that city aloof from the gathering host of Jerusalem. Then, in June of the year 1187, Taqi ad-Din hastened down to join his uncle, and the black banners of the Sultan crossed the Jordan at the ford just below the Lake of Galilee. This time there would be no drawing back, for Saladin was determined to break the strength of the Crusaders and drive them from the Holy Land. It was the ban and the arriere ban, the king's summons for lord and vassal and peasantry, for the castle's guards and crews of the ships. They plodded along the roads towards Saphoria. Gallants of Tripoli, adventurers from the sea, the spears of Tyre, and the close-drawn ranks of the mailed Templars, young esquires from the halls with flowers in their mantles, and the memory of farewell smiles tugging at their thoughts, grim knights from the Watchers, and brown pagan Turcoples, who wasted no thought on the causes of war. Toward the meeting place they moved, through the white dust of the dry season. In the shade of the road shrines they sat by the wells. They emerged from dry wadis and filed out of cattle paths. They slept in the churches or marched under the cool stars. Knights of Jerusalem, escorting the gold standard of the cross, rode by the black-garbed Hospitallers, climbing the slow road around Carmel's height, where the monks prayed, up to the highlands, to Saphoria, where the wells were the last wells. Beyond Saphoria, the bare plain rose to the hills of Galilee, without river or well. At the camp of Saphoria, the great lords waited in their pavilions. Raimond found no sleep in the hot nights, for his wife and his castle of Tiberias lay down behind the hills at the lake, where Moslem horsemen rode. Reginald of Curragh chafed at the waiting. They had made up their quarrel at the meeting place, for this was the rallying of the mailed host in time of need, and personal quarrels must be put aside. Humphrey of Toron was here, and the brave Balian de Belin, with Amalric the constable, and the quiet, stubborn officers of the temple. The days passed, and they waited, while scouts brought in word of the Moslems. Saladin had led his last contingents across the Jordan, and was camped along the heights by Galilee, facing them, but 15 miles away. Saladin had a great host with him, 25,000 horsemen, and they were waiting also. Their pickets were within sight. Saladin could not move upon Jerusalem while the Christians watched at Saphoria. He could not get past them, to the coast. So the two armies rested, full in their strength, alert and wary, while the days of June ended. Then Saladin sent a division back into the depths of the lake shore to attack Tiberias. The outer town was stormed in a day, and Raimond's wife, with her scanty garrison, penned in the castle. That night the lords of the Christian host gathered in the pavilion of the king to decide what they must do. Gravely spoke de Ridderford, master of the Templars. "We cannot, in honour, hold back while the castle is taken within our reach." Reginald of Curragh added his voice to the masters. They looked then to the king. "I have no will to press the war," he said, with hesitation. Raimond spoke then. "Can you not see what lies before you? Oh, my comrades, not little is the peril in which we stand from this man Saladin." And he explained that they would find no water in the advance against the Moslems. It would be better to let Tiberius fall, let his wife be taken, than to risk an advance. If they held their ground, the Moslems must withdraw or lose the advantage of position. Many agreed with him, while the younger knights and the reckless lord of Curragh urged an attack, reminding the council that Raimond had once made a private treaty for peace with Saladin. In the end, the council decided not to march forward. But that evening de Ridderford and Reginald of Kirrach went to the king's tent and persuaded the irresolute Guy to order an advance at dawn. So the banners of the host moved out over the plain, and the chivalry of Beyond the Sea went into battle for a point of honour. Chapter 12. Hattin. The Christian leaders marched at dawn, the 2nd day of July, hoping to reach the Muslim line at noon and break through before darkness. They knew the Muslims held the brow of the great descent toward Galilee, 600 feet below the level of the sea. If the Muslims could be broken and thrown back, they would be hurled down the descent upon the walls of Tiberias. As for the numbers of the Muslims, the old wolf of Kirrach laughed. The more the wood, the greater will be the fire. The sun, however, held a fire of its own, and the marching columns lagged. They were 20,000 men of all arms, and for the greater part experienced in war. They were ready for battle, but most of them marched afoot, in mail, and carrying water. Under their feet the grey rock ledges burned with the intolerable heat of the sky overhead, and the red dust choked their throats. Their feet climbed long slopes and stumbled down into brush-filled gullies. Although the knights rode back to urge them on, they lagged. When the sun went down, they were still far from the Muslim lines. The leaders called a halt, and the men camped and drank thirstily, and slept while mounted patrols watched. But Raymond could not sleep, knowing that they had ventured too far, and yet not far enough. They could not turn back in the face of the Muslim horsemen. They had left the springs of Sapharia, and on the morrow they must reach the water of Galilee. "Lord, Lord," he cried, "already is the battle lost, and we are dead men." Before the first light, the olifants sounded. The horses were saddled, while the spearmen and archers looked to their weapons and sought their ranks. As they pushed forward, the sun blazed red in their eyes, and when the heat struck into their limbs, they drank the last of their water, throwing away the empty skins. Ahead of them, drums throbbed and cymbals clashed. They saw dark masses of horsemen moving out to the flanks, under the black banners and the green banners of Islam. The dry earth burned their feet, and the chaff of trampled wheat rose about them in the air that quivered with heat. Sweat dried on their skin, and the iron weighed upon their shoulders. The wild Arab clans surged through the veil of dust, and the first arrows flashed, while a roar of voices answered the drums. "Ya al-Islam! Ya al-Islam!" The light of the sun glowed on the gold casing of the cross raised above their heads. The sun set at last, and dusk crept across the glare of the sky. No wind breathed upon the dry breast of the earth, with its trodden wheat and dusty brittle tamarisks. On knolls and rock ridges the Crusaders sat or lay, without light or water or food. A murmur went from mass to mass of them, where hoarse voices whispered and cracked lips prayed, and the wounded moaned in vain for water. The saddles were not taken from the sweat-stained horses. Broken spears lay upon the ground, and knights sat silent among peasants. They had fought through the day, knights and archers and spearmen. They had moved forward a little, but they had not broken the line of the Muslim horsemen. So they waited in the hours of darkness by their dead, racked by thirst and weariness and ebbing hope. The last of their water was gone, and their leaders could do nothing more for them. In that place, the Muslim chronicler says, the angels of death kept watch that night. Lights flickered and tossed around the mass of Crusaders where the cavalry patrols hemmed the men. for Saladin had extended his line to close them in. They heard the chanting voices of the Koran readers and the eager shouts of men who had water to drink and hope for the morrow. Allahu Akbar, Allah la lahu. With the dawn, the Christians took up their weapons and came on again. They advanced, the Muslim chronicler adds, as if driven towards certain death. They did not move with raised lances and firm ranks, the men on foot supporting the horsemen. Instead, they trampled through the dust clouds, pushing silently toward the cool gorge of Galilee, clearly to be seen, but beyond their reach. For the fever of thirst raged in them, and on that 4th day of July they fought like the spectres of men toward the hope of water and life. The struggle raged in the village of Lubia, under the rocky hillocks known as the Horns of Hattin. In this struggle the foot became separated from the horse. The knights, deprived of support, made vain charges into the solid array of the Muslims, already tasting victory. Horses fell under the deadly arrows or sank exhausted, and the chivalry of Jerusalem was forced to stand to defend itself, drawing more and more into a dense circle, cut off from the men-at-arms who scattered in groups on rising ground. Only Raymond of Galilee was able to lead some scores of riders in a desperate charge that broke through the Muslim lines. He rode on a spent horse back to the coast. By noon of this last day of the battle, the remaining lords had gathered about the king and Reginald of Kirok on the knolls of Hattin, where the gold cross gleamed. Surrounded and ceaselessly beset by Saladin's cavalry, they held their ground, wielding sword and battle-axe until the brush around them was set on fire by the Muslims. When the smoke thinned and drifted away, they threw down their weapons and sat down where they had stood, without strength to do more. Their bleared eyes saw the cross lowered by a Muslim hand. Of all who had come hither, only the captives were left alive. So the chivalry of Jerusalem came to its end, and the battle of Hattin ceased. Nothing remained of the army of the Crusaders. It had been the Ban and the Arriere-Ban. All the able-bodied strength of their kingdom had marched out of Safaria and had ceased to be, there in the red fields above Galilee. Nothing was left, except the dark bodies lying in clumps like fallen stacks of wheat, while the Muslims stripped them of stained and dusty weapons, except the captives, in torn shirts and bloody leather jerkins, staring voicelessly at the Muslim horsemen. Perhaps a few scores of mounted Turcoples had found a way from the battlefield, or some wearied stragglers still hid in the gullies. Raymond reached his castle in Tripoli, and died there 2 weeks later of exhaustion and a broken heart. That evening the last cavalry of Taqi ad-Din came in from the pursuit and dismounted in a tumult of rejoicing, where the Turkish swordsmen were cutting the heads from the Templars who had survived the battle, some 200 of them. It was the rule of the temple that no member of the order might ransom himself, and the Muslims treated them without mercy, except for the master, de Rutherford. The grim warrior monks knelt under the sword strokes without protest or prayer for mercy. The law of Islam required that before an unbeliever was put to death, he should be offered the chance of acknowledging the faith of Muhammad, and if he accepted, he should be spared. But the Templars made no reply to the contemptuous question, and the swords fell. When the last wearer of the Red Cross lay on the ground, Saladin rode to his camp, where his servants were setting up the great pavilions joyfully. He stopped where the cadis were gathered about the gold casing of the cross, shining in the torchlight. This was the emblem of the Crusaders. It had gone before them in battle from Ascalon to Hattin. For nearly 90 years they had prevailed. Nur ad-Din had dreamed of their overthrow, but in 2 days Saladin had put an end to them. What conqueror of Asia had tasted such a victory? Not Xerxes, and not Mahmud. The Kurd in Saladin exulted in the triumph of his clans. The scholar in him pondered the meaning of the triumph, and the devout spirit of the conqueror felt in this sudden, bewildering achievement an omen of greater things. Unless God had willed it, the fate of Hattin would not have befallen his enemies. Before his tent, Saladin listened to the exultation of his officers. Courteous Adil, his brother, came forward to congratulate him. Impetuous Taqi ad-Din chanted a song about the battle, and the Arab chieftains beat their hands in response. Indeed, and indeed, Saladin was the king, the victory-bringer. What followed is related by the chronicler. Saladin held an audience in the vestibule of his tent, for it was not yet put up. The warriors came to claim his favor, presenting to him the prisoners they had made, and the chieftains they had identified. The tent was finally in order, and the Sultan seated himself there happily. He bade them bring in the king and his brother, and the Prince Anat. Then he offered a sherbet of chilled rose water to the king, who was overcome by thirst. He only drank a part, and offered the goblet to the Prince Anat. The Sultan said at once to the interpreter, "Remind the king that it is not I, but he who gives drink to this man." For the Sultan had adopted the praiseworthy and generous custom of the nomads, who granted life to a prisoner if he ate or drank of that which belonged to them. Then he gave order to lead the three to a place prepared for their reception, and when they had eaten, he asked for them to be brought in again. Only some servants were then with him. The king he made to sit in the vestibule. He required the Prince of Kerak to come in, and after reminding him again of the words he had spoken, he said, "I am he who will serve Muhammad against thee." He then inquired if the prince would embrace Islam, and on the man's refusal, he drew his sword and struck him a blow which severed the arm from the shoulder. At this the servitors sprang upon the captive, and God sent his soul to hell. They drew his body out and cast it into the tent entrance. The king, seeing in what fashion his comrade had been treated, believed that he would be the second victim, and he shook in all his limbs. But the Sultan had him brought in and calmed his fears. "Kings," he said, "have not the habit of slaying kings, but that man yonder had passed all limits." Chapter 13. Jerusalem. The citadel of Tiberias was surrendered by Raimond's wife the next day, and Saladin placed his prisoners under guard in that town. And he made ready to take full advantage of the extraordinary situation. His army was almost intact, the men eager to be led on. Elsewhere, the Christian strongholds were just beginning to hear the terrible tidings of Hattin. More than that, the great citadels were now held only by skeleton garrisons. Their feudal lords, almost without exception, had been slain or taken at Hattin. Saladin wasted not a day in deliberation. He brought his army down to the coast, thus cutting the lands of the Crusaders in twain, separating north from south. He struck first at the strongest of the coast ports, Acre. With what siege engines he had been able to carry on camel and mule back, he prepared to attack the walls. But Acre, with only a handful of soldiers, opened its gates, and the Sultan was well pleased to grant it generous terms. Then he divided his host, since no army could possibly be mustered to threaten the Muslims, and sent the divisions headlong over the country, under Al-Adil, Taqi ad-Din, and the other emirs. He himself cleared the mid-region between Acre and Galilee, taking possession of Haifa, Saphoria, Nazareth, and Caesarea to the south. Then he moved north and took the surrender of lofty Tibnin, while his advance was preparing the siege of Beirut at the foot of the Red Hills of Lebanon. Sidon yielded to a passing summons, and Beirut, a walled city without a fortress, surrendered after an 8 days' siege. Swiftly Saladin detached garrisons to hold the captured places. The people of the towns he let go where they willed. Without their fortresses, the bulk of the Christians were helpless under the swords of his horsemen. His soldiers snatched up all provisions and weapons and precious goods, but the Sultan would not delay for any seeking of spoil. He wanted to add Tyre, lying behind its walls out in the sea itself, to his conquests. But Jerusalem was his goal, and thither he went on the heels of Malik Adil, who had stormed Jaffa. Tyre could be attended to later. By the last of July, Saladin was camped in the sands before the great wall of Ascalon, which had refused to surrender. Ascalon, sheltered behind its 12-foot curtains and square towers, was the main port of the south, as Acre had been of the centre of the Holy Land. From it ran the caravan route to Egypt. The Muslims called it the Bride of Syria, and Saladin would not leave it unconquered. While he prepared to besiege it, he sent for Guy of Lusignan, who had been its lord. When the captive king appeared, the Sultan offered to release him if he secured the surrender of the city. Guy was led under the wall to talk to the garrison, but could not prevail upon the defenders to open their gates. So the Muslims drew the siege lines tighter, and sent detachments to subdue the country between there and Jerusalem. Here the Christians still lingered in the little hill towns, by their shrines and churches, all of them who had not taken refuge in Jerusalem. Down by the sea, Gaza and Darum yielded to the Sultan's summons. The fence was hopeless, and Ramlah gave up its keys, while the Muslim banners were carried into the church over the tomb of St. George. Within the foothills, the strong castle of Ibelin surrendered, after bargaining for the release of its beloved lord, young Balian. Almost within sight of Jerusalem, the towns of the monks yielded, Beit Jibrail and Beit Laim, that the Crusaders called Bethlehem. And isolated, without hope of aid, Ascalon asked for terms on the 4th of September. In 2 months, Saladin had swept through the whole of the Holy Land that had taken the Crusaders so many generations of effort and bloodshed to subdue. True, in the east, several of the giants of the frontier still remained intact on their heights, but the Muslims held all the country behind them, and, cut off from the sea, their fate was only a matter of time. They were summits that had escaped the sweep of the flood, and the man isolated within them could not venture out. And Saladin's thoughts were bent on Jerusalem, where lay the Al-Aqsa, the third sacred place of Islam, and the grey rock from which Muhammad had ascended. Jerusalem would be the fruit of his conquest, the true reward of the almost unbelievable good fortune that had befallen him. On the 20th of September, his army camped on the western height, opposite the Gate of David. A few days before, Balian de Belin had reined his horse through the same gate. The young baron found himself the only noble within the city of all those who had gone forth to Hattin. The queen, Sybil, waited there in the palace with her sister Isabel, their quarrel forgotten in the calamity of the kingdom. There, too, waited Heraclius and the abbots of lost churches, with the refugees from a dozen towns. But no knight skilled in arms until Balian came. Anxious women thronged the narrow streets. Cattle crowded the fields by the butchery. Mules and led horses filled the chambers under the Templars' quarters, where the chargers had been. Boys, grey priests, and Syrian Christians, long-robed merchants, haggard pilgrims, and voiceless widows waited in the courtyard of the sepulchre, while prayers were uttered ceaselessly. Only a scattering of armed men gathered on the tower summits or walked moodily through the alleys, and they all besought Balian to take command of the defence. They had not seen the red fields of Hattin. Their thoughts could not grasp the reality that the armed host did not exist anymore. In some way a miracle would aid them, and Jerusalem would not be taken from them. Balian de Bala must show them how to defend their city. He told them that he was no more than a prisoner released on his oath never to bear arms against the Sultan. He showed them that he wore no sword. They pressed around him and would not leave him, and in the end he yielded to them. A knight raised to arms could not stand apart while common people fought. All this he wrote in a despairing letter to Saladin, asking in the same moment that the Sultan would seek out and safeguard his wife and children. In time the answer came, that Saladin understood and would protect his family. Meanwhile Balian did what he could. He assembled the few score men trained in arms. He knighted without ceremony some 50 youthful esquires and sergeants. With the money of the churches he bought pikes and crossbows and shields for the hundreds of peasants and pilgrims who were able to handle them. He knew well enough that no miracle would save the city by aid of such men, but he had cast in his lot with them, and he did what he could. At least Jerusalem would not fall without a blow struck. Meanwhile, Saladin and his emirs had studied the western wall and found it too strong to be assailed. As the first Crusaders had done 88 years before, he moved his camp to the high ground opposite the northeast angle of the city. Here the siege engines were set up and a barricade raised along the ditch to protect the miners who set to work to dig under the foundations of the wall. The unskilled garrison had no proper engines to break down the barricade, and their countermines fell in. They manned the summit of the wall and plied their bows, but the veteran Mamluks and Turks made no attempt at first to storm the grey stone rampart. Indeed, the miners enlarged their tunnels, propping up the foundation of the city wall as they dug beneath it, until the props were burned and a broad section of the wall cracked and fell in. For this moment the Muslim swordsmen had waited, and while the drums roared, they swarmed up into the breach, to be met by arrows and sling stones and javelins. "I will take Jerusalem as the Christians took it," Saladin had said, sword in hand. The Muslims gained the breach and held it, fortifying it for their next effort. And that night a kind of miracle happened. While the priests and women marched in procession through the streets, chanting the Miserere, the armed men, led by the knights, surged out with the battle cry of the cross. God wills it. They drove the besiegers from the breach, and when the next day had passed, with its din of weapons and outcry of the wounded and the maddened men, they still held fast in the breach against the stones and shafts from the Moslem engines. And they sent out envoys to Saladin, saying in the exultation of the hour that the men of Jerusalem had pledged themselves not to survive the loss of the city. They would slaughter the horses and cattle and pile the furniture in the churches. They would set torches to the wood and burn the churches, with their altars and vestments and relics. Women and children would be put to the sword, and then the men, priests and warriors, would sally out to find death in their turn. While Saladin pondered their words, the patriarch Heraclius sought Balian de Bala within the city. "It is not well to destroy ourselves thus," he said. "For every man of us 50 women and children would be lost. Nay, it is better to yield the city and betake ourselves to Christian soil." Balian listened and talked with the leaders of the men. The next day he went out under truce to confer with Saladin. What the knight and the Sultan said is not known. Both were men of decision, and they knew the plight of Jerusalem. The enlightened Muslim had no wish to lay the city in ruins, and he agreed to allow all the inhabitants to depart with arms and all possessions except money that they could take with them. But they must ransom themselves, paying 10 pieces of gold for every man, 5 for a woman, and 1 for a child. He agreed to conduct them to the coast ports. And Balian, who could not have hoped for such leniency, accepted the terms. The next days saw a strange sight. All the gates remained closed except the gate of David. From this a ceaseless cavalcade passed out. Women in travelling cloaks, laden with bundles, rode forth with their children, while servants dragged cattle and herded sheep beside them. Sallow Armenians rode out on donkeys, followed by their women. Barefoot monks came out with lowered heads, marching after their superiors. Behind them the bells of the sepulchre were tolling. The men of Jerusalem came forth, seneschal and hermit, lord and beggar and peasant. Among her ladies, veiled before the insolent eyes of the Moslem warriors, Sybil the queen appeared, with her sister and the widows of Hattin. Some went down the road silent in their pride, but others sought the Sultan in a throng and fell on their knees to beseech that their husbands, the captives of Hattin, be released. A strange sight, the noble women of Outremer kneeling before a Sultan of Islam. They did not beg in vain, for Saladin granted their plea. All of them paid their ransom coins to the watchful officers, and Saladin, when the money was brought to him, gave it out to the Muslim soldiers. The black robes of the sad monks filed past him, and the grey habits of the Augustinians. The patriarch Heraclius went out with his private treasure hidden in the sacks upon his beasts. He carried out gold, although thousands of the poor remained weeping in the city. It was Saladin who released them, and who forbade his men to lay hand on the property of the patriarch, by announcing that those who had no money might pass out by the postern of St. Lazarus. So the last of the Exodus began, and the people of the alleys, with their rags and their sick and clinging children, passed across the stones of the sepulchre courtyard, looking up at the silent bell tower and the arched gateways with their familiar stone figures. They looked back at the dome of the temple of the Lord, and as they left the gate, their hands touched helplessly the grey stones. Upon the road they stood without knowing what else to do, until detachments of Muslim cavalry formed them into parties and set out with them toward the coast. No miracles had saved the city, but a strange thing had happened, for the Muslims had taken possession of it without blood being shed, and this had been brought about by Saladin's mercy. On the hill beyond the gate the people of Jerusalem saw dark figures climb to the dome of the sepulchre and wrench from it the great gilt cross, casting it down to the ground. A shout rose and swelled as surf beats against the rocks of a shore. Allahu Akbar, Allah Lahallahu. It seemed to the world of Islam a portent and a sign from the Lord. Hattin had ceased upon a Friday, and Jerusalem had fallen upon a Friday, while the true believers prayed. Couriers rode to the distant lands, crying out their message. The praise to God who hath overturned the pride of the Nazarenes by the sword of the king, the victory bringer. Already the learned men of Damascus and Cairo were assembling with the Cadies and readers of the law to make the first pilgrimage to Al-Quds, the Holy, for that was their name for Jerusalem. The men of letters wrote a paean of victory, and people made a song of the downfall of the Christians. Their city, fallen is their city into the hands of the true friends of the Lord. Fearful is their spirit, beholding before them only the sword and the fire of purgatory. On the temple enclosure, thousands of hands were labouring at the Al-Aqsa mosque that had been for so long the palace of the Templars. The walled-up prayer niches were opened up again, and the altar torn from the chapel. Mosaics upon the walls were whitewashed, and the heads smashed from marble images, since Mohammed had forbidden the worship of images. The stones were washed and sprinkled with rose water, and in the corner, toward Mecca, a slender pulpit of carved wood was placed. This had been fashioned by order of Nur ad-Din, to be kept until it could be placed in the holy city, and Saladin, remembering it, had sent for it from Aleppo. Around it clean prayer carpets were spread, and men hastened to wash their feet and kneel in this sanctuary redeemed from the infidels, while the caller to prayer ascended the bell tower from which the bells had been thrown. Swarthy faces were lifted reverently when the chant of the muezzin sounded over the roofs. Mailed figures gathered shoulder to shoulder, and brother smiled at brother. O dawn that has cast its shadows upon the unbelievers, shrouding them in eternal night. O dawn that has brought new life to Islam, shedding the radiance of everlasting day. Part 2. A ship sailed into the west. A black sail hung upon the mast. Swift winds drove it over the deep water. In the drowsy ports it left a message behind it. Woe to Christendom! Jerusalem hath fallen. The cross is lost, and the host of the cross is slain. Upon the roads of the west the message went forth. Swift horses clattered over bridges and over the sleepy autumn fields. Past hostel and hall the hoof-beat thundered. Men gathered at crossroads and before cathedral doors. In the twilight, over barren fields they came, to the lights of tavern and castle. In the darkness voices murmured, while the bells of the abbeys tolled and clanged. Woe to Christendom, to the wayward, the sinning. Woe to them who had lost Jerusalem, the glory of the world. Beyond the sea the host of Antichrist had risen up. The banners of Satan had come out of the east, and the horsemen of Mahud had trampled the holy city. The voices murmured where the man gathered, and out of the voices grew other sounds, with the hush of prayers half said, of restless horses saddled, and unsheathing of sword blades, and lifting of silent trumpets. Sounds like the breaking of thunder far off, or the surging of surf against rocks. It was the voice of a multitude rising over the lands, and it did not cease. Chapter 14. The Army of Islam. Baha ad-Din was in search of a new patron. He had several gifts to offer. The whole of the Quran he knew by heart. Moreover, he could quote it on all occasions. Having been minister of Mosul, he could write messages of state perfectly in a beautifully ornate style. He was in the prime of life, and his manners were beyond reproach. He wore a fur-trimmed khalat, with numerous undervests suitable to the dignity of a Qadi. A constant cough troubled him, and his legs failed him at times, but he had a good saddle donkey and a nimble mind. He wished for Saladin, for a patron, having negotiated in the past with the Sultan on behalf of the princes of Mosul, and since Mosul was now at peace with the lord of Damascus, Baha ad-Din sought his patron to be with a propitiatory offering of a lengthy treatise on all the traditions of holy wars in the past. Looking for Saladin in Damascus in this spring of the year 1188, he did not find him. Saladin was afield again, up in the hills, with his household army. Thither went Baha ad-Din on his donkey, and at the camp he sent in his treatise, and waited. A Mamluk bade him come to the Sultan's pavilion, and the worthy Cadi dismounted from his donkey, where guards in yellow cloaks stood by their horses. Behind them baggage in hemp sacks and leather valises were piled, and bearded Arab servants ran about like laden ants. A dozen pavilions of heavy orange cloth, stained by sun and wind, sheltered a large official family. Giant Mamluk couriers and tall secretaries who walked with a swordsman's swagger, elderly men in lawyers' turbans, and men with the brooding eyes of ascetics. Between the pavilion ropes sat, in voluminous robes, harsh-featured sheikhs from the desert clans, watching all that went on with shrewd eyes. White turban cloths of pilgrims nodded beside the green turbans of Sayyids, who boasted in full voices of the blood of Muhammad's descendants in their veins. Amirs in velvet kaftans and cloth of silver girdles stood impatiently awaiting an audience, while slaves bearing trays of fruit and sherbet hastened among them. Baha ad-Din knew many of the faces: young Aluh the Eagle, who made poems out of victories, and Imad ad-Din, the great chancellor. He saw all kinds of men coming and going with petitions, heard them argue with harassed officers of the treasury. A noisy concourse, speaking all the tongues of Islam, restless and expectant, and thronging about the sitting-place of the victory-bringer. A mighty family, quarrelling about trifles, as children quarrel, and waiting for fresh surprises and undertakings. When his turn came, Baha ad-Din was escorted into the vestibule. Here sat Turkish Mamluks, beside hooded falcons on their perches. An old Mamluk sword-bearer of the Sultan stood guard over Saladin's mail, and the pointed helmet inlaid with gold arabesques. Another swordsman held back the entrance curtain for the visiting Cadi, who put off his slippers and went forward over rich carpets. Reaching the massive tent-pole, he dropped to his knees to touch his forehead to the ground, saying, "May God grant thee health, O king, and victory-bringer. And upon thee, O Cadi, be the peace." Saladin sat in the shadow of a small awning, with only a physician and a cupbearer attending him. His thin face was darker than the short beard, already turning grey. Years of campaigning and sickness had taken toll from his body. His full brown eyes looked directly at Baha ad-Din. On his knees he had the bound pages of the Cadi's book of the Holy War, and of this he spoke, asking simple questions and listening with courteous pleasure to the answers of the learned man. They talked of the campaigns of Muawiyah and Khalid in the lifetime of the Prophet, and of the meaning of the path of God. Saladin sent his cupbearer for fruit and sherbet. He drank no wine, and so made Baha ad-Din a guest of his tent. And while he talked, he paid no heed to the din of voices outside the tent. In this way began a friendship that lasted until the grave separated them. Baha ad-Din had found his patron indeed. In his sultan he beheld a man patient and painstaking, slow to make decisions, but inflexible in will, a man whose quietude was a mask for a fiery passion. Baha ad-Din understood the spirit that could rally 10,000 men to a bloody charge, and in the next hour pore over the accounts of a common soldier to make certain that every dinar of the account was paid. Saladin obeyed literally the law of Islam. He gave his possessions to those who served him. He fought for the faith. His spoken word was inviolate in all circumstances. Ailing in body, he forced himself to endure the hardships of campaigning that tried the strength of healthy men. Unable to bear arms in battle, he haunted the front line of battle. The fear that he might somewhere fail in leadership troubled him. He was 51 years of age, and the fire that burned within him wasted him at the same time. Only in the talk of men like Baha ad-Din and in listening to the reading of the Koran did he find respite. There was one small boy whose reading pleased him especially, and he kept this boy near him at all times. To the warriors of Islam he seemed to be an alchemist, at whose touch victory came to them. But the observant Baha ad-Din saw how Saladin's steel-like will held together the restless masses of men and gained the victories. In the last autumn, after the fall of Jerusalem, Saladin had led the army back to Tyre, saying, "Only this place, Tyre, remains to the Franks on the shore. Here they can rest. If we take this, they will despair, and we shall be safe." During the siege of Jerusalem, however, two things had happened. A new leader had appeared among the Crusaders, sailing down from Constantinople, and putting in at Tyre when he found Acre held by the Muslims. The silent bells and the disordered shipping at Acre are rousing his suspicions. For, said Baha ad-Din, he was cunning as a wolf, and redoubtable in war. He was Conrad, son of the Marquis of Montserrat, and he had taken command at Tyre, strengthening the fortifications and digging a wide ditch across the great mole that joined the city to the shore. Also, men had come to Tyre from the other places that surrendered to Saladin, who allowed the garrisons to depart unharmed if they made terms. This policy of mercy had resulted in quick surrenders of the castles, which might otherwise have been held to the last. But it had enabled Conrad to muster a strong force in Tyre. And the great ramparts had withstood the battering of the Moslem engines until the rains had come in December, and Conrad's galleys had sunk 5 of the Egyptian ships blockading the port. By then Saladin's emirs had become discouraged. They had longed to go home with their spoil for the winter months, and the spring planting, customary with the Muslim troops. They had fought without respite for more than a year, and Saladin had given them leave to go, against his better judgment. He had dismantled his engines and retired to Damascus, only to take the field again in the spring, to menace the castle called the Star of the Winds, and to press north toward Tripoli with his household troops. These were the veteran Mamluks of Cairo, and the clans in his own pay. The regular army, as it might be called, included also the warriors in the pay of the treasury, Turks for the most part. The greater part of his host was made up of the contingents led in by the princes of outlying places, the African coast, Iraq, and the Aleppo, Mosul, and Hama regions. These, as well as the roving Arab and Turkoman clans, who served for the pleasure of fighting and the chance of plunder, could only be called forth after the crops were planted. So in June of the year 1188, Saladin had less than half his host assembled, and contented himself with raiding the districts of Tripoli, without assaulting the mighty Cruc de Chevalier that crowned the hills of the Tripoli road, and was the key to that city. From the double ramparts of the Cruc, the black-robed Hospitallers looked down on his tents. The fortress was their headquarters. They had not suffered as much as the Templars at Hattin, but they did not dream of taking the field against the Sultan, even when the first fleet bearing Crusaders from over the sea arrived off Tripoli under command of William of Sicily. And Saladin made one of the sudden moves that left his enemies bewildered. Turning his back on Tripoli and the midsection of the Crusaders' lands, he hastened out to the coast toward the city of Tortosa, held by the Templars. Coming within sight of Tortosa, his men put on their armor before the tents were up. "God willing," the Sultan said, "we shall dine in the citadel this evening." They stormed the low ramparts, sweeping over them in the first fierce rush, and the servants who had been putting the camp in order left their work to join in the pillaging. The little cathedral of Our Lady of Tortosa was devastated, and the camp set up anew within the walls. North of the sands of Tortosa lay the rich hill country of Antioch, that had suffered not at all from the disaster in the south. Saladin hastened through it as a reaper strides through a field of ripe wheat. Baha ad-Din and the learned men had to keep pace with the horses, for the Sultan took all his great family along. They rode with the baggage, in the dust by the endless strings of camels laden with tents and grain and the parts of the siege engines. Before sunset they halted by streams or wells in the cool breeze from the sea, while the animals were turned out to graze and cavalry pickets went to the heights around them. Such marches were an old story to them. Rice or barley boiled with mutton sufficed them for a cooked meal with the fruit of the country, and they slept on quilts or robes spread in the sand. After the last prayer, while fires still blazed and torches came and went, they sat together in talk or listened to the wailing song of dervishes, and still they were up and saddling their beasts before the first warmth of sunrise. It was a fertile country, with figs and grapes to be plucked and sheep to be driven in. They took the citadels almost in their stride, for now they were beyond the nests of the stubborn Templars and Hospitallers, and the man who faced them fought without hope. They carried Jabala in a day, and mocked the garrison that trooped away without its arms. The fair city of Laodicea, with its 2 castles by the sea, yielded in 7 days, and the army took from it a new stock of grain and animals, and gold and silver. Late in July, Saladin turned inland, climbing to the lofty Sahyun, and carrying the village in the first rush. His soldiers ate the midday meal the Christians had abandoned in the cooking pots. A few days later the citadel on the precipice yielded to his engines. Bika followed Sahyun, and Saladin's advance halted before Bordzia, overlooking the great inland river Orontes. Saladin ordered his men to attack without respite, in 3 reliefs, and the Muslims climbed the almost unclimbable walls, sending the Castellan and his kin to tell the news to Antioch. Down from the hills they swept across the iron bridge, and early in September Turbessel and Bagras fell to them after a sturdy resistance. I saw, said Baha ad-Din, how when one Christian fell dead in the ranks, another took his place. They held together, immovable as a wall. But they did not attempt to take Antioch, where the remaining Christians had gathered. Saladin looked from a distance at the immense grey ramparts of the northern stronghold, and agreed to withdraw if all Muslim captives were yielded up to him. He had taken possession of the surrounding country, and drawn the teeth of Antioch. His garrisons were posted now from Aleppo to the ranges of the Taurus, and he did not wish to waste men in a long siege. Back to Damascus he marched, down the broad inland valley, and the lords of Muslim Hamath and Homs vied in entertaining him. Saladin was urged to disband his army and rest in the holy month of Ramadan. "Life is short, and fate is uncertain," he said, and took the field again. This time he struck at the obstinate south, at Safed, in the hills above Tiberias. Arriving under its walls in the evening, he rode off to inspect it, and ordered siege engines to be set up at one place. "I shall not sleep until these 5 mangonels are in place." Safed fell, and Saladin moved on to the Star of the Winds, overhanging the dark gorge of the Jordan. Rains made the slippery hill summit a mass of mud, and winds chilled the labouring men. The Sultan fasted with them, since this was Ramadan, and moved his tent so close to the wall that arrows and bolts fell into it. He would not withdraw, and his Mamluks worked in a frenzy to take the castle, and so to put an end to the missiles. Covering the ramparts with a steady barrage of arrows and shafts from the steel arbalests, They drove the Christian bowmen back and mined the wall. Rain fell without ceasing, Baha ad-Din says with feeling, and it was as hard to walk in the mud afoot as on a horse. We suffered from the wind. On the 5th of January, 1189, the Star of the Wind surrendered, and the Muslims rejoiced to a man. Before then they had heard that the great Kerak had fallen to another army. The black banners stood over the stronghold of the old Wolf of Kerak, and the caravans could go along the pilgrim road in peace. Then Saladin consented to allow his men to rest. Except for the Tripoli region, only Tyre and its supporting castle of Belfort remained to menace him, and the task of rebuilding the damaged strongholds and inspecting the garrisons confronted him. After a visit to Jerusalem and a few days' prayer in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, he took to the road again with his household troops. Baha ad-Din, now Cadi of the army, went with him, but the donkey of other years had been exchanged for a horse, and the worthy counsellor laboured as he had never done before. Once he rode out alone with the Sultan by the sea, and Saladin, after a silence of meditation, faced the waters. "Inshallah," he said, "if God wills, the infidels shall be driven into the sea. Then I shall follow them, and in other lands carry on the conquest that is ordained." Baha ad-Din, who had in common with men of the hills a dread of setting foot on a ship, began to be afraid. "That assuredly might be done," he responded. "Let thine amirs lead the army over the sea to what is ordained. But thou, O my lord, art the staff and the prop of Islam. Do not venture thy life upon the waters." Saladin reflected. "Tell me this," he responded. "What manner of death is most to be desired?" "Verily, the death of a martyr in the holy war is beyond all things to be sought." The Sultan nodded assent. "And so do I seek it." Over the sea, many sails moved toward the east. Grey sails clustered like gulls upon the blue waters. Long oars flashed in the sun over the sea border into the east. Upon the highways heavy horses paced. Shield and spear and grey mail carried the riders. For the Iron Men were riding again. They were marching to the east. With uplifted crucifix the black priests rode. Through the long valleys tossed the standards of the kings. Between the hills resounded the olifants of the princes and barons. From the snows of the north the weapon men were marching toward the sun above Jerusalem. The host of Christendom was taking up its arms to aid the holy city. "Aid for Jerusalem," the black priests cried. "Strike down the horns of Mahund and the claws of Dracon. Seek salvation in the city of the Lord." They were passing down the Danube and through the ports of Sicily. They were thronging toward the border to set Jerusalem free. Chapter 15. The Gathering Storm. Imad ad-Din and Baha ad-Din found interesting letters passing under their hands. Their master Saladin had become the most powerful prince in Near Asia. Of course, Kilij Arslan, off in Asia Minor, still defied him, but after an overthrow in the field could no longer challenge him. And the king of the Armenians, clinging like an eagle to his mountain nests, yielded to Taqi ad-Din's cavalry. Envoys came frequently from Baghdad, where the caliph had adopted Saladin as his providential protector. And finally, the rich and anxious emperor in Constantinople sent ambassadors to the moving court of the Sultan to present a missive of congratulation stamped with an image of pure and heavy gold. And the emperor, Isaac the Angel, asked for an alliance. To this missive the intelligent Arabs paid little heed, but the Emperor Isaac offered to build new mosques for them in Constantinople, requesting them to send up the proper readers and holy men to serve the mosques. It pleased Saladin that his muezzins should call to prayers in the foremost city of Christendom. A letter came in from a greater man, Friedrich Barbarossa, Frederick the Redbeard, by divine mercy, Emperor of the Romans and Augustus and Lord of all the German states and principalities. The Arab councillors puzzled over the strange names in the letter. Bavaria, Swabia, Saxony, Franconia, Thuringia, Westphalia, and the names of other men who served the emperor: Lorrainers, Burgundians, Swiss, Frisians, Italians, Austrians, and Illyrians. The emperor threatened that if Jerusalem were not surrendered, he would come against the Muslims with all this host. Take warning by Pharaoh, and yield Jerusalem. The Arabs knew very well who Barbarossa was, the chief sultan of the Franks and the defender of Christendom. They knew it because Isaac the Angel, who feared Barbarossa, sent them these tidings, with appeals for aid. Saladin himself answered Barbarossa. "All that remains," he said, "for us to do is to take Tyre, Tripoli, and Antioch." If, however, these cities were evacuated in peace by the Christians, he offered to return the cross, release all captives, and allow one priest to serve the altar of the sepulchre. He promised as well to permit the monks to return to the monasteries they had held before the first Muslim conquest. Pilgrims to the sepulchre might come and go in peace. In his letter, Saladin signed himself guardian of the two noble sanctuaries. The terms, from Saladin's point of view, were fair. Barbarossa would not have them, and the Muslims heard that he had set out upon the crusade in the spring of that year, 1189. More than that, Isaac the Angel wrote that the old emperor led a host of 100,000 men-at-arms, and that the Duke of Austria was preparing to follow him. The French also were mustering for the road, and their young king, Philip II Augustus, had taken the cross with the King of England from the hand of William, Archbishop of Tyre. Meanwhile, the Venetian merchants, who were trying to preserve their trading posts in the captured areas, brought other tidings to the court at Cairo. The fleet of Norman Sicily was anchored off the port of Tripoli, while the ships of Pisa were already under way, and the sails of the Northmen had been seen off the coast of Granada. Saladin listened to the tidings and sent couriers to Baghdad to relate to the caliph what was preparing. By pigeon post and camelback he sent orders to all his Muslim vassals to join him in the Holy Land. He commanded Karakush to muster the forces of Egypt and hold them in readiness. Watching the gathering storm, he knew that this would be the real war. The Christian forces he had defeated in the last 2 years had been no more than a fragment of these new armies. The kings and princes of Frankland would merge their men in a mighty host greater than his own. Perhaps he might face 250,000 of fresh foemen under new leaders, and he had never had 50,000 warriors under his banner at the same time. On the sea, also, his Egyptian fleet would be confronted by a greater armament, and he must be prepared to see the Christians victorious on the water. They could accordingly land at whatever point they wished, while Barbarossa marched down through Asia Minor and the mountain passes. This would be, he understood, a new kind of war. The armed hosts of Europe would converge on his coasts. It would be a duel between the resources and the weapons of the West against the horsemen of the East under his command. And he had little time to prepare. He could not await the coming of all the Muslim clans scattered from the upper Nile to the mountains of Persia. Yet before the Christian army set foot on the coast, he ought to clear the coast of their last strongholds. In May he heard that Montreal, the sister fortress to Kerak, had fallen, thus giving the Muslims control of all the Dead Sea region. There remained along the coast only the mighty Croix de Chevalier, guarding Tripoli, and Belfort, standing in the hills above Tyre. While the Sultan waited for his eastern allies and prepared a joint attack against Antioch and Tripoli, he settled his household troops to besiege Belfort. This was one of the massive citadels newly built by the Crusaders and planned with all the skill of their engineers. It overlooked the summits of the lower Lebanon, and its garrison could see on one hand the glitter of the sea, and on the other the snow peak of giant Hermon. The top of the Belfort height formed a long and narrow plateau, with the reservoir at one end and the castle at the other. On the far sides, the walls of the fortress crowned the very brow of a cliff too steep to assault. On the plateau's side it was protected by a gully, over which rose a sloping talus, surmounted by a 35-foot wall, the corners strengthened by great towers. The gully, being closed at the ends, was filled with water. So Belfort was like an armoured giant, with his feet too firmly planted to be overthrown, his back guarded by the precipice, and his breast shielded by his arms. And the plateau was too cramped for a besieger to place his men there without danger of being driven down the slope by a sally of the garrison. The Muslims had left it unmolested for 2 years. When Saladin appeared under Belfort, the lord of the castle went out to him in truce. Reginald of Sidon was a scion of an old family of Crusaders, and he knew the Muslim mind as well as speech. He lingered in the Sultan's tent, discussing the situation, and he agreed to yield Belfort in 3 months, after he could safeguard his family on the coast. Saladin assented, because an assault upon the castle would be both long and costly, and he had all the captured citadels to repair. The time expiring, the Sultan reappeared, and Reginald went forth again to ask for a new delay. He even remained as the guest of the Muslims until their suspicions grew to certainty, and they understood that he was bargaining for time. They seized him then, carried him to the ditch before Belfort's wall, and bound him upon a crucifix. Saladin reproached him with breaking faith, and told him that he would be tortured until he called to his men to yield the castle. Reginald did call out at once to the watchers on the wall. He bade them under no condition give up Belfort. When the Muslim soldiers, gathering the meaning of his words, would have set upon him, Saladin restrained them, and ordered the Crusader to be taken down from the cross and sent to captivity in Damascus. So Belfort, deprived of its lord, still held out. Nor were the cities of Tripoli and Antioch attacked. Instead, Saladin was obliged to hasten to a point unheeded until then. Chapter 16. Guy marches to Acre. The man who took the initiative at this critical moment before the forces of the West came into full contact with the Muslims was Guy of Lusignan, who had been king, by virtue of his wife, of Jerusalem for a year. A simple man, the chroniclers say, and not wise. Perhaps Guy did not lack personal courage, but he did lack initiative. Banned from England, he drifted into the service of Jerusalem, where his younger and much more able brother Amalric was constable. Chosen by the ambitious Sibyl for her mate, he sat quietly enough on his throne until it was wrenched from under him. When Saladin, keeping to the letter the promise he had made at Ascalon, released Lusignan from captivity after the surrender of that city, the former king sought out his wife in Tripoli. With him other lords were freed. Humphrey of Toron was ransomed by the surrender of Kerak. Amalric rode out with his brother, and even de Rutherford was released. At Tripoli they found the debris of the court and newcomers from the ships. 2 fleets of Crusaders having come in from Sicily and Pisa, and the throng of them sailed down to join the other refugees at Tyre. And at Tyre the gates were closed against them. Conrad, lord of Tyre, ordered it. He was now Marquis of Montserrat, his father, a captive of Hattin, having died. Conrad had the quick wit of the Italians and the easy conscience of an adventurer. Although rumour said that he had a wife at home, he had married a Byzantine princess, sister to Isaac the Angel. He spoke all languages and proved himself equal to most situations. He had, like the Wolf of Kerak, the one virtue of skill in war. His instant action on landing at Tyre had preserved the city from Saladin, nor had Conrad consented to yield it to save the life of his father when the aged marquis was brought before the walls. He said his father had lived long enough in any case. Baha ad-Din says he was a great personage, wise and energetic, and other Muslims, while admitting his bravery, call him worse than a wolf and meaner than a dog. He had firm friends and bitter enemies, and his character shaped events in the Holy Land for 2 years. When the refugees of Tripoli landed on the beach beside Tyre, Conrad barred them out. No doubt his small city was overcrowded, but he had no wish to admit the man who had been overlord of Jerusalem to his walls. The strong adventurer would not yield his place to the weak king, and so Guy, uncertain what to do next, pitched his tents on the shore. It was a strange situation, and for a time there was hot debate in the city and in the camp. Guy was, after all, still king in name, and many in Tyre had pledged their faith to him. The best of the surviving lords were with him, the brothers of Tiberius, the knight of Turon and Amalric. There too was the queen, Sibyl, and the stern master of the temple. Numbers of Pisans and Germans left Conrad to join Guy, so that by late summer he had 400 knights and 7,000 others with him. Just what impelled him to act will never be known. Perhaps Sibyl demanded it, perhaps the Templars and the knights persuaded him to it, or perhaps the hesitant Guy had in this moment a flash of determination that never came to him thereafter. With the Muslims swarming around him and the Christian fleets drawing nearer, he set out from his camp and marched on the great city of Acre. Never, cries a chronicler, did another show such audacity, and it is truly wonderful that he had the enterprise to go to fight men who were 100 to his 4. When released, Lusignan had given his word that he would not bear arms against the Muslims. Now he broke his faith. Of course, the Patriarch had insisted that he was king, and so must go out again to the war. And the priests declared that it would be a sin to keep a pledge that would harm the church. Guy appeased his conscience by a petty makeshift. He did not wear his sword now. It was hung upon his saddle-peak instead of his girdle, so that he might say that he did not bear arms. But the truth remains that he broke his faith. Saladin, when he heard of it later, made no protest. He much preferred to have the harmless Guy in command of the Christians, and he had released the king with that end in view. Meanwhile, the Muslim scouts reported to the Sultan, who was then at Belfort, that the king's small army was marching down the coast, leaving Tyre behind it. Saladin wished to march at once and descend upon it from the hills, but all his amirs advised him to wait until the presumptuous little army should reach Acre. Then the Sultan could cut it off and destroy it between his host and the garrison of Acre. This was sound advice from a military point of view, and Saladin yielded to it. And in yielding, he made his greatest mistake. He was thinking of the north, listening for the approach of Barbarossa and watching for the sails of the Crusaders' fleets. The fleets that might land anywhere from Constantinople to Cairo. By all the laws of warfare, Guy's 7,400 were doomed, since Saladin's cavalry could descend from the heights of Lebanon and surround them before they could possibly return to Tyre. So, for the time being, Guy's army was no more than a pawn, moving out of its own accord to a vacant square without any protection, and it would be poor strategy for the Muslim players to attack this pawn with their stronger pieces, while the enemy was preparing to attack elsewhere. The game itself was at hazard, because the crowned heads of Christendom were grouped about the chessboard. The pawn moved. Down past the rocky shoulder of the ladder of Tyre, where it might easily have been cut off, since here the hills jutted into the sea. And now it is necessary to glance at the square of the chessboard lying before it. The plain of Acre, they called it, a flat shore stretching south for 20-odd miles from the ladder of Tyre to the mass of Mount Carmel. A fertile shore, hot and green in this month of August, extending roughly 7 miles inland to the foothills. Beyond the foothills in the northern part rose the grey slopes of the higher ranges, with Hermon's bald summit above them. Midway along the shore, a small, low promontory stuck out. All this promontory was surrounded by a wall, and within the wall lay the city of Acre. South of Acre, a long, shallow half-moon bay extended to the point of Carmel. The shore here was sandy. Palm groves clustered above the sedge-grass. A small river, labouring across the plain, debauched into a half-dozen streams that ended in the sedge, forming a marsh. Such was the plain of Acre, and upon it waited a destiny more terrible than the fate of Waterloo. The army of Crusaders should never have descended into it from the rocks of the ladder of Tyre. Having done so, they should have been destroyed by the Muslims. So say the rules of warfare. But the men and women who marched across the plain of Acre were driven by an impulse more potent than all the reasoning of warfare, the perversity of human beings. They were weary of waiting at Tyre. They wanted to open the road to Jerusalem, and Acre was the first city upon their way. In spite of everything, they decided to besiege Acre. There were, however, wise heads among them, and instead of camping under the walls, they marched direct to a mound, or rather a series of mounds above the orchards a half-mile from the sea. While the tents were pitched on the high ground, the men-at-arms laboured at digging a ditch around the mounds. All through the night they worked, and in the morning they diverted the water from the nearest stream into the ditch, so that they had a fairly good moat around the camp. Then they began to throw up an earth wall behind the ditch. Naturally, the Muslims in Acre took an interest in their visitors, and sallied out to skirmish in the plain. Nothing serious happened for a while, because the Muslims were waiting for Saladin to come down from his hills and erase this audacious encampment, while the Christian knights knew better than to venture far from their lines. They raided the plain for supplies, and they did not lack for water. They christened the new position the Toron, or the Hill, and realizing that they were cut off here and would soon be besieged, they began to turn anxious faces toward the hills. Only a day's ride past Safaria to the east lay the great plateau of Hattin, where even the ravens had long since forsaken the gaunt bones of the dead. So they waited on the bare brown knolls, with the banner of the cross planted by the Queen's pavilion, and their horses picketed down in the grass by the ditch. What happened then is related by a minstrel of the court named Ambrose, who was there and saw it all. They dared not linger in the groves below them. They stayed on the heights. It was 3 days after our men arrived and settled themselves on the Toron, where they kept under arms all night against the attacks of the Saracens, that the troops of Saladin came, Turks, Persians, and Bedouins, and occupied all the country. The 3rd day of the week, Saladin came himself, thinking that he would soon have the heads of the Christians. Do not be surprised if they who defended their heads were uneasy and anxious during the watches and labours on this Toron, where they had settled themselves. The Turks assailed them night and day, and wearied them so much they could scarcely eat. There Geoffrey of Lusignan spared himself nothing in defending the host. Long had he been hardy and wise, but now he gained great renown. From Monday to Friday they were all in this peril. But you will see how God defended them. While the king and all his men were in such fear that they watched the far-off sea and begged God to send them some aid, behold, there arrived a great fleet of barks with people in them. It was James of Avenay from Flanders. I do not believe that Alexander or Hector was ever a better knight than he. It was James who had sold his lands and possessions to put his body in the service of him who died and arose again. He had with him 14,000 renowned men-at-arms. Then it was the fleet of Danemark that came with many fine castellans, who had good brown horses, strong and swift. What had happened was that the Pisan, the Danish and Frisian fleets bearing the Crusaders to the coast had sailed down from Tripoli to Tyre. There they heard of the king's sally to Acre, and came on to join him. Galleys and ships were run up on the beach near the city, and the newcomers fought their way across the plain to the camp. Conrad of Montserrat arrived from Tyre in his ships to join the gathering host. The Christians now numbered more than 30,000, and their ships blockaded the port of Acre. They dared extend their lines on either hand, so that the Toron camp became a semicircle, isolating Acre from the hills. Chapter 17. The siege begins. Saladin, seeing that the real force of the Crusaders was centering here, called in his divisions from the northern hills, leaving only a few companies to carry on the siege of Belfort. His first effort in that month of September was to provision and strengthen Acre, which had not been prepared for a siege. Without much trouble, Taqi ad-Din's cavalry broke through the camp of the Pisans, which adjoined the sea at the northern end of the semicircle, and for 2 days kept open this avenue of approach, while strings of camels laden with grain and supplies were passed in, with a whole corps of the army commanded by Karakush, who had been summoned from Cairo. The Sultan and Baha ad-Din went in and walked along the walls, studying the lines of the Crusaders. With the city thus strengthened, Saladin withdrew from it, and took command of his army, which had been increased daily by new contingents. Moving down from the hills into the plain, he surrounded the Crusaders in his turn, and struck at them with his horsemen. Ambrose tells how, in this crisis, new masses of Crusaders arrived from the sea. A fortnight had not gone by when the Count of Brienne arrived to join us, and with him his brother Andrew, son of a good father and a good mother. There came also the Seneschal of Flanders with more than 20 barons, and a German landgrave bringing with him good Spanish horses, and the Bishop of Beauvais, who was neither aged nor infirm, with Count Robert his brother, a skilful and nimble knight, and the Count of Bar, as courteous a man as you could find. Many others, valiant and wise, joined the host at the same time. But the more they came, the less the Saracens feared them. Night and day they delivered attacks and approached even to the tents. Those in the city made sorties. Know well that they had not been taken from plough and cart, those people in Acre. They were the best of the infidels to guard and defend a city. The others outside grew in number every day, and filled the whole country, so that our people looked upon themselves as prisoners. At the end of September, Saladin made his effort to break the line the Christians were extending around the city. As usual, he chose for the attack a Friday, when the Muslims all over the world would be at prayer. He was in the saddle himself before daybreak, and without eating anything. "Like a mother," says Baha-ad-Din, "who has lost her child." He launched his cavalry at different points of the line, to break the close ranks of the stolid men-at-arms and to separate the divisions of the Crusaders. But the issue was not decided that day, nor for several days thereafter. Ambrose relates, "On a Friday of the month of September, I remember that a dire and sad misfortune befell our people. The Saracens attacked them without a day's respite. The Christians armed themselves and arranged themselves in good order, in the different commands that had been agreed upon. On one flank, the hospital and the temple held the river, where numerous enemies were. It was they who always began a battle. In the centre of the army, the Count of Brienne and his men. The Landgrave and the Germans, who formed a great company, remained by a deserted mosque and cemetery. King Guy and the Pisans and other valiant men were on the right, at the Turon, to watch the Turks. The Saracens came on with spirit. You would have seen fine regiments among them. The Templars and the Hospitallers charged, assailed the first ranks, pierced them, threw them into disorder, drove them in flight, and pursued them. Then the other Christians charged also, and the Saracens gave ground. But there was such a mass of them that the Christians did not know where to turn. The Turks could not rally themselves. They were drawing near the hills when the devil mixed himself in it and caused the death of many of our men. A horse belonging to a German ran away. Its owner pursued it, and his companions also ran after the horse without being able to catch it. The horse ran toward the city. The Saracens believed our men were fleeing, so they faced about and charged in their turn, and they carried themselves so well that those who should have directed our army were only able to defend themselves." While the worthy Ambrose attributed the defeat to Satan's power, the Muslims knew better, and Baha-ad-Din wrote a clearer account of the battle. It seems that the best of the Muslim generals, Taqi ad-Din, commanded the strong right wing of Saladin's army. The Sultan himself led the centre, which was made up of their household troops. One of the older emirs, Meshtub, had the left wing, with mixed divisions of Kurds, Arabs, and Mamluks near the river. When the Templars charged, Taqi ad-Din decided to draw back his line to higher ground, and Saladin mistook this maneuver for flight. The Sultan sent his reserve cavalry from the centre to the retreating right wing. The commanders of the Christian centre noticed this weakening of the Muslim centre and charged point-blank at the Sultan's standard. Some Muslim regiments were broken and driven back, but Saladin's Mamluks retired a little without breaking ranks. So by midday the Muslim right wing was swinging away from the rest of the army, and the centre was pivoting back on the unbroken left. It was as if the Crusaders had pushed apart double folding doors. They poured through the gap, pursuing the scattered Muslim regiments, some of which fled headlong until they reached the bridge over the Jordan, until they sighted Saladin's camp ahead of them. The guards of the camp rode off, and the light-fingered Arab clansmen began to plunder the tents even when the Crusaders were riding in. Some of the knights penetrated as far as Saladin's pavilion before they realized that they had advanced miles beyond their main forces, and that the Muslims on either hand were making ready to resume the battle. Then the two venturesome Crusaders started back on tired horses, only to be struck and badly mauled by Taqi ad-Din's and Saladin's horsemen on either hand. They were thrown into disorder and lost heavily. Ambrose resumes, "There was killed Andrew of Brienne, may his soul be saved, and never died a knight so valiant and helpful. The Marquis of Montserrat was so hemmed in by his enemies that he would have been left there if the King Guy had not aided him. And here also was slain the master of the temple, he who spoke that good word, learned in a good school, when all, brave and fearful alike, called to him after the attack, "Come away, sir, come away." He could have come if he had wished it. "Please God," he answered them, "no one will see me again elsewhere, and no one may reproach the temple because I had been seen flying." And he did not do it. He died there, for too many Turks cast themselves upon him, and of the common men 5,000 died there. Stripped and bare their bodies lay on the field. When those others in the city heard of the defeat of our men, they mounted their Arab horses, went out the gates, and attacked our men with such fury that they would have done them great harm if it had not been for their fine defence. But our men faced them. The knights struck good blows. The King Guy did wonders, and Geoffrey of Lusignan, who endured much that day, did likewise, with that valiant James of Avenay. So the enemy were beaten back and driven within the city again. So passed this day in which fortune went against us. The Saracens were so encouraged, may God curse them as I curse them, that they began to vex and harass the Christians more than they had done before. When the valiant men and the barons saw this, they said, "Signors, we gain no advantage at all. We must resolve upon something to protect ourselves against these offspring of Satan, who torment us every day and steal our horses in the night." Here is the resolution they made. They dug a ditch, wide and deep, and lined it with shields, mantlets, and beams from the ships. Thus they divided the ground by the ditch. However, the Saracens attacked them without ceasing, and left them no peace. Listen to a sad thing. At the end of the slaughter of which I have spoken, and which was so grievous for the Franks, the day after the elite of the host had been discomfited, and so many poor people who had come there for God had found death, Saladin had all the dead bodies taken up and sent back to us by casting them into the river of Acre. This was an ugly shambles, for the bodies drifted down the current until they arrived in the midst of the army. And as the heaps of the dead grew, such an odour arose that all the army had to go off far enough to be beyond it. And long after they had been buried, we still kept away from the odour. Meanwhile, the Christians worked at the ditch, which served them as a rampart. They kept themselves behind it when the Saracens came to attack it, as they did every day, hot or cold. This ditch became the battlefield of the people of God and of these dogs. Our men wished to dig it deeper, and the others wished to destroy it. You would have seen then arrows. They who dug the ditch passed them up to those who defended it. You would have seen on both sides men hardy and courageous. You would have seen the fighters fall, rolling over, and cutting open bellies, and giving heavy blows. Only the night separated them. Even those of us who were most at ease endured fears and watches and fatigues. They dared not take rest before finishing the ditch. On the eve of All Saints' Day happened a great misadventure. Those who were on the Toron watched the side toward Haifa, and they saw a great fleet of galleys approach from Egypt. The fleet drew near in good array, and the news spread swiftly throughout the host. Some believed, although no one knew it for certain, that these were vessels of Genoa, of Venice, of Marseille, or of Sicily that came to aid in the siege. While they gave themselves up to wondering, the galleys came in, and they came in so well that they entered the port of Acre, and in doing so they carried off one of our ships which had men and provisions on it. This ship was towed into the city. The men were killed. and the provisions taken. Listen to what the Turks did. On All Saints' Day they hung on the walls of Acre, in defiance, the bodies of the Christians they had killed in the ship. So the souls of these dead shared, our preachers said, in the great joy of the heavens that day. This fleet of which I have told you guarded so well the port and the coast that aid no longer arrived for the defenders of God. The winter came on without bringing fresh provisions to them. They had finished the ditch, but later on it was ruined in spite of them. So Ambrose wrote, in blunt, awkward words. It is clear that Saladin made every effort to break the line of the Christian camp and failed. While the Crusaders had been worsted and cut to pieces on the first day of the battle, they held their ground thereafter. Saladin felt that the issue must be decided now, and the attacks pushed home. Ill as he was with malaria, he summoned his emirs to his tent, saying, "Now we have before us the chance of victory. Our enemies are few, but they will remain, and more will come over the sea, and the only aid we can look for is from Al-Adil in Egypt. It seems best to me to attack." But for the second time the emirs persuaded him to change his mind. The autumn rains were beginning, with the holy month of Ramadan, and they were eager to return to their homes for the winter's planting. The Sultan himself was ill, and later in the spring Malik Adil would join them. So they argued, and Saladin, as at Tyre, consented to send the volunteer levies home and to cease the battle, withdrawing himself to his main camp in the hills. Arabs and detachments of regulars were left in the foothills to watch the Crusaders. During the stormy season no new fleets could approach the coast of the Holy Land, nor were the ships of the Crusaders, long, unseaworthy galleys, or round tubs of cargo vessels or open barks, able to blockade the port of Acre. Winds from the west drove a heavy, ceaseless swell upon the shelterless shore, and the larger boats that could not be drawn up on the beaches had to return to the northern harbours or to Cyprus. In mist and wind and beating rain, the year 1189 ended. The siege of Acre had begun, but the Crusaders outside the walls were hemmed in and besieged in their turn. Open warfare in the outer country ceased for the time being, and in the Acre plain a new kind of strife was born: trench warfare. Chapter 18. Karakush burns the towers. Seen from a distance, Acre looked very much like a clenched fist projecting out from the shore, a grey and motionless fist that never changed. Its outer wall made a right angle, stretching from the joint of the little finger inland to the wrist bone. At this angle rose a square bastion and a mighty tower that the Crusaders christened the Accursed Tower. South from the Accursed Tower, along the other side of the angle, the wall extended as far as the joint of the thumb, where it reached the water. Then, like a massive thumb crooked away from the clenched fist, the wall went out some 200 yards into the water, forming a harbour between it and the city proper. It ended in a tower. Between this tower and the city, between the curved thumb and the first finger of the fist, an isolated tower rose from the water. This, for good reason, was known as the Tower of Flies. From it a great chain ran to the end of the wall, just under the surface of the water. The chain prevented enemy ships from coming into the small harbour, and it could be lowered to let a Muslim vessel pass. Within the large right angle of the outer wall stood a smaller angle, the inner wall, on higher ground. The broad space between the two was occupied by the troops, the horse lines, and the markets. Rising over the inner wall could be seen the watchtowers of the Templars' house and the terraces of the hospital and the poplars around the little cathedral. For Acre had been built almost entirely by the Crusaders, and the Muslims had only held it for 2 years. The bell tower of the cathedral was now surmounted by a muezzin's balcony, and the call to prayer echoed among the kneeling throngs in the courtyard below. Many of the Crusaders knew every stone of the great city wall, upon the summit of which 4 horsemen could pass, riding in different directions, with its square towers and fortified gates. They knew that no scaling ladders planted in the wide ditch would prevail against that wall, nor would the Muslims allow a convenient wooden horse to be trundled through the gate. To enter Acre, the Crusaders must build engines powerful enough to open a breach in the wall, and nothing could be done during the deluge of rains. In the mud of the plain, a strange city was growing up within the camp of the besiegers, a city of tents and clay walls, lying in a half-circle beyond arrow-shot of the battlements of Acre. Its walls were yellow clay and sand, its streets were mud, and its gutters canals. On the bending date palms clustered the drenched pavilions of noble women, ladies of beyond the sea, and the courts of the west. When the sun struck through the clouds, they rode out on their palfreys, long skirts hiding their feet, and samite and velvet sleeves hanging from their shoulders. The newest arrivals wore brave embroidered crosses upon their breasts. Around them thronged youthful esquires in heavy mantles, and proud knights in girdled chapes and surcoats lined with ermine or sable. Hunting dogs trotted after them. They might ride along the white sand of the beach at either end of the entrenched city, where naked fishermen swam out against the surf, towing nets behind them. Or they might venture into the perilous plain, where Arab horsemen watched for a chance to snatch loot, or slay a Christian and carry off his head. Mounted bowmen went out to hunt the Arabs, and knights relieved the dull hours by coursing hares and riding after gazelles toward the foothills. Through the streets of the tent city surged a motley throng, burghers debating the price of corn and barley stored in warehouses, valorets and masterless men seeking the sheds where sheep were slaughtered and broiled over glowing charcoal, gaunt men-at-arms in leather jackets. Soft Provençal voices mingled with harsh German tongues. Blacksmiths' hammers clattered with the swordsmiths' forges. Carpenters' axes tapped at the great ship's timbers that were being shaped into arms for the mangonels and sheds for the rams. Even the rain could not wash away their good humour. Soon these mangonels would be casting darts at the infidels of Acre, and the heads of the iron sows would be butting the great wall yonder. Pilgrims laboured to aid the carpenters in the good work, and they sang together. "Hear us, O Christ our King! Hear us, O thou who art Lord of kings, and show us the way." And the voices of barefoot monks made answer, "Have pity upon us, and show us the way." At nightfall, processions wound through the streets carrying tapers, and throngs gathered in the chapels, between walls of damp clay bricks, where the good bishops with their golden crooks sat in their robes by the new altars, and the swinging censers sweetened the stench of the mud underfoot. At all hours men came to the churches for their needs, the sick to be sprinkled with holy water, babies to be christened, troubled spirits to be confessed and relieved. For the church was the life-centre of this multitude, council chamber and dispensary and hospital. It was pleasant for tired eyes to watch the soft lights moving over the altar and the gleaming vestments of the servants of God. It was good to hear the rise and fall of the old chants that even the fishermen knew, the Ave Maria and the Te Deum. Here the shaggy jackmen were as much at home as the valiant Father Bishop of Beauvais, who liked nothing better than to don armour, and who dreamed of becoming a second Turpin. If, as one man put it, he could find a Charlemagne. Verily, said another, here is the Frisian who hath left his fish scales, and the Scotsman who hath left his fellowship with lice. True, they had no acknowledged leader, but they managed well enough, and by early summer the valiant old emperor, Redbeard himself, would come down out of the north with the German host. While, men said, at home, the young king, Richard of England, had made up his long quarrel with Philip, king of the French, and the twain had taken the cross from the hand of William, Archbishop of Tyre. Soon they would be upon the sea with their armies. Meanwhile, the artisans of the tent city were finishing 3 mighty towers built upon rollers and strengthened by heavy timbers, and covered with fresh hides nailed to the wood, to protect them against fire. These 3 towers tapered to summits higher than the wall of Acre, and when they could be rolled against the wall, then the good work would begin. The rains diminished, the muddy water dried in the ditches, and fresh winds cleared the sky, so that the sun beat down again on the damp walls of Acre and on the dark tent city of the plain. Soft green covered the sand and clay, and spread to the distant summits of the hills. The sound of running water ceased, and the ground all at once became hard underfoot. Along the beaches the heavy pulse of the swell dwindled. Sails moved over the motionless sea. Horses and sheep were taken out to the plain to graze under guard, and men wandered about restlessly. Spring had come to the shore of the Holy Land, and the war began again. Rusted mail was washed and cleaned with oil, bows spliced anew, and arrows sorted over. Men swarmed like flies around the clumsy wooden engines, twisting ropes into place, drawing the engines out over bridges across the ditch into the no-man's land between the camp and the walls. Sturdy arms carried mantlets, giant wicker shields covered with leather, and set them up in line within arrow-shot of the walls. Knights in armour led out their chargers and stood by to guard the new line of assault. Meanwhile the galleys from Tyre came down with the Genoese fleet, and the Crusaders thronged to the shore to watch the daily skirmishing between their ships and the Moslem galleys from the port. Men waited eagerly for their turn to go out on the ships. The daring seamen even forced their way into the harbour, past the Tower of Flies, and towed out a Moslem vessel, landing their prisoners on the shore. Ambrose explains, "The joy was great, and you would have seen our women approach with knives in their hands to seize the Turks by the hair and tug at them with all their strength. Then they cut off their heads and carried them away. At sea, by God's grace, we had the victory, for detachments of knights from the host, valiant men and well armed, who fought hardily, took turns upon the boats. Our fleet drove the enemy galleys within the chain. From that day the Turks shut up within the city could not receive any aid by sea or land." Slowly the 3 great towers creaked and swayed, drawing nearer to the outer wall, while mangonels upon their summits spewed iron darts upon the battlements. Large as mountains were the 3 towers, each with 500 men within it. On one the banner of the Landgrave stood, on another that of the King Guy, and on the third that of the Marquis Conrad, who had come back from Tyre for the assault. From the embrasures of these moving pyramids crossbows snapped, and their iron quarrels whirred over the parapet of the wall. When the quarrels struck a man, they tore through shield and mail and flesh and bone. From the barricade on the tops of the towers, skilled archers plied their shafts. Sliding over stone rollers, the towers drew nearer the moat of Acre. Already columns of men waited behind the shelter of the mantlets to run forward into the towers when the drawbridges should be lowered upon the wall and swordsmen would rush forward. Swiftly the Moslems laboured to destroy the towers before they could approach too near. Engines on the walls, working under the direction of Karakush, the Mamluk, who knew all the arts of siege and defence, cast stones against them. But they were built of solid beams joined together. The beams creaked and yielded without breaking. Other engines shot out flaming timbers that struck down the Crusaders on the tops. But hides soaked in vinegar covered the wood and prevented the fire from catching. While the throngs of men laboured, a youth of Baghdad, Ibn an-Najjar by name, sought out Karakush standing among his amirs on the wall. "I wish," said an-Najjar, "to aid my master Saladin, and burn these towers." The veteran Mamluk listened with half an ear. "And how wilt thou do that?" "I will prepare naphtha by formula I know, and I will cast it upon the towers. If they were steel, they would burn." "Ah, well," Karakush looked at him. "Do the best thou canst." And he gave the young copper worker 200 dinars to prepare his materials. Later in the day, an-Najjar was ready. He returned to the wall with soldiers who lugged 3 large copper cylinders from which short tubes projected. These pots, as the Muslims called them, were placed opposite the wooden pyramids, and one of them was lifted into the arm of a stone caster. The arm was drawn back and released, whirling the copper bomb against the broken face of the tower opposite. Flames roared from the bomb. Streams of fire shot into the framework of beams. Within the tower, the Crusaders could not go near the copper bomb, and the fire caught, soaring up when the wind sucked at it. By sunset on that day, the 3 mighty towers lay in smoking embers. The loss of the towers put an end to the attack, and the Crusaders withdrew into their camp to plan new engines. They had known of the terrible weapon of the Arabs that they called Greek and wildfire, and they had heard that it was compounded of sulphur or naphtha, but this was the first time they had felt the effects of it. They were too full of hope to be discouraged. Did not the men from the ships say that the great kings of England and France had put to sea with new hosts? And rumours trickled down through the mountains of the Armenians, strange stories of Barbarossa at odds with the treacherous Byzantines, prevailing over the Byzantines and marching on and on over the barren lands, drawing nearer every day. Spring was in the air, and they had food and plenty of ships. Soon they would be ready again to face the minions of Mahmud, the very legions of Antichrist who had mocked them from the wall. Jackmen and axemen, valorets and peasants, seafarers and bowmen, they put their heads together and decided to do something on their own account. While the great lords lingered, they chafed at the waiting. They could not climb the wall of Acre, that was certain. But off yonder they could see the tents of the infidels in the foothills, and they wanted to strike a blow or two. Besides, there would be plunder in the tents. So they banded together, burly Flemings and shaggy Danes, eager Provençals and Pisans, sergeants, ribalds, and men-at-arms. 10,000 of them marched off toward the foothills without leaders on the Fête of St. James. Ambrose says, "They were poor fellows, having great need, and driven by their suffering, for we were not at ease in the host." In orderly ranks they marched off, and later in the day word came back that they had entered the tents. But they did not appear with their spoil, and presently some knights went to look for them. That evening a few of the infantry did come back, escorted by the horsemen, and without plunder of any kind. The rest of them, 7,000, lay dead within the Muslim lines. But the daily conflicts in no man's land around the engines went on without ceasing. Ambrose made note of them. "As the days passed, many things happened. Before and behind the stone casters, which were numerous in the host, many men came and went. I cannot remember or relate all the adventures, but here is one.
A Turk came out with his bow for a shot at our men, and would not go away. A Frenchman, aroused by this obstinacy, went out on his side. The Frenchman called himself Marmaduke. He was no son of a duke or a king, and the Turk, hardy and powerful, called himself Grailleur. The one made ready to aim on the other, the Frenchman on the Turk on the Frenchman. Grailleur demanded what country Marmaduke was from. "I am of France," he replied, "and thou art mad to come down here." "Thou art no bad shot," the Turk said to him. "Wilt thou make an agreement? I will shoot, and thou wilt stand the blow without flinching, and if I miss, I will await thy shaft in the same way." He talked so much and begged so that the Frenchman agreed. Then he shot, but his hand slipped and the arrow did not fly. Marmaduke said to him, "My turn to shoot. Wait for me." "No," he said, "let me shoot again, and thou canst then try twice at me." "Willingly," said the Frenchman. But while the Turk was feeling in his quiver for a good shaft, Marmaduke, who was all ready and who did not relish the new arrangement, let go his own arrow and shot him in the heart. "By Saint Denis, I will wait no more for thee." Another time it happened that a knight was down in the fosse outside on an affair of his own that no one can do without. As he placed himself so, a Turk in one of the outposts, to which he was paying no attention, separated from his companions and raced his horse forward. It was villainous and discourteous to seek to surprise the knight while he was so occupied. The Turk was already far from his own people, and was approaching the knight, with lance in rest to slay him, when our men shouted, "Run, sir, run, run!" He had barely time to get up. The Turk came up at full gallop, believing that he would be able to turn his horse and wheel back if he needed to do so. But by God's grace he did not succeed. The knight cast himself to one side and took up 2 stones in his hands. Listen to how God takes vengeance. As the Turk checked his horse to turn back upon him, the knight saw him clearly, and as he drew near, struck him with one of the stones upon the temple. The Turk fell dead, and the knight took his horse and led it off by the rein. He who told me this saw the knight mount the horse and ride him off to his tent, where he kept him with much joy. Many of our people who were attacking the walls of Acre tried to fill up the ditches. Some gave it up, but others went on piling in the stones they carried there. Barons brought them as well, on their chargers or pack horses, and many women also found satisfaction in carrying them. Among the others there was one woman who took great pleasure in it. A Saracen archer on guard upon the wall saw this woman about to cast down her burden from her neck. As she came forward, he aimed at her and struck her. The woman fell to earth, mortally wounded, and everyone gathered round her. She was twisting her limbs in agony when her husband came to seek her. But she demanded of all who were there, valiant men and ladies, that on behalf of God and their own souls they should make use of her body to fill in the ditch whither she had carried so many stones. This was done when God had taken her soul. Now there is a woman who should be remembered.
Days went by, and the grass turned brown under the scorching of the sun. The axes of the carpenters tapped along the beams. The forges of the smithies muttered and purred. Riderless horses were seen galloping over the plain. A dry wind stirred the brittle palms and brought to the camp the distant sound of weapons clashing and the hoarse voices of labouring men. Dust swirled around the tents where women lay, waiting or nursing the sick. By candlelight the barons of the host sat in talk, anxious for news, uncertain what to do next. The water was growing bad, and they had seen the banners of Saladin again on the hills. One day there was a new sound, drums thrumming in the foothills and cymbals clashing. Horsemen in mail rode down to wheel before the watching Crusaders and swing their long sleeves over their heads. A few hours later, the city always seemed to know the tidings from the hills, although no man could pass through the Crusaders' lines or any ship through the blockade. The excitement spread to the wall. Turbaned heads appeared between the crenels, and voices mocked the besiegers. "Slain is your emperor. He hath come to his end, and now it is as if he had never been." Troubled were the barons of the host. The good Barbarossa dead, but what of his army and the German princes? Other Crusaders came in ships to the shore. Henry, Count of Champagne, a quiet man, kin to all the kings, and Thibaut of Blois, with the proud Count of Clermont and the tall Count of Chalon. The chivalry of France was assembling anew in the camp, but they brought evil tidings. Barbarossa was indeed dead. The old emperor had been at the head of his army, within sight of the Armenian mountains, after many a desert march and struggle. At a ford, where the freshet ran deep, his horse had stumbled, throwing him, clad in his mail, into the water. He had been lifted out, but the shock had weakened the old man, and within a few days he ceased to live. His son Frederick had taken command, but many of his nobles had turned back. Others were at Antioch. The Crusaders listened grimly, and after a council chose Henry of Champagne to command them, and to assault Acre without delay. Chapter 19. The Full Tide. From his base in the foothills, 7 miles away, Saladin watched and weighed events. He saw the steady increase of the Crusaders' host, and unseen messages reached him hourly from Acre. In the north, the little garrison of Belfort had yielded at last, and the mountain strongholds were all in his hands. But the new leader of the Crusaders, Count Henry, sallied out to attack the camp of the Muslims, and Saladin was the first in the saddle. He had with him then the armies of Damascus, of Egypt, and Mosul, and his veteran horsemen beat back the Christian onset, taking a heavy toll with their swords. It was like thrusting back the incoming tide. The water could be dammed or turned aside, but the pressure of the water never ceased. More and more of it came in from the sea, and the Muslims waited anxiously for word from the far north, whither Taqi ad-Din had gone with the army of Aleppo to check the advance of Barbarossa. Saladin knew now that the great emperor was dead. A letter came in from Catholicus, the Christian bishop of Ani, who sent information to Saladin. The Catholicus said that the son of the emperor still had 42,000 men, sombre and weary men wearing nothing but armor, marching with rigid discipline and intent only on reaching the sepulchre. The Armenians had withdrawn from them, and Kilij-Arslan's Seljuks were attacking them. Then the Catholicus sent down a spy, who told this story. I took my stand on a bridge that they had to pass, to watch them, and I saw many men pass by, almost all without mail shirts and without lances. When I asked them the cause of this, they replied, "Our provisions were gone, and all our firewood, so we were forced to burn a great part of our gear and furniture. We had many dead. We were obliged to kill our horses and eat their meat, and to feed the fire with our lances." They were still very numerous, but growing more feeble, having almost no horses or supplies. The greater part of their baggage they carried on donkey-back. The third message came in from Taqi ad-Din. His cavalry had met the marching columns of the Germans and scattered them along the plain of Antioch. Only 5,000 survivors, escorting their sick prince, reached the shelter of the city, where the Armenians and the Lord of Antioch were scheming to seize their treasure chests. Saladin no longer needed to guard against the German Crusaders. He ordered the northern armies back to Acre, and the victorious Taqi ad-Din rode in with his son and the lords of Baalbek and Shizar, while his wild Kurds sang of their deeds, and the drums of the Muslim camp thundered a greeting to them. The Sultan received his nephew in his own tent and feasted him with a full heart. In these months Saladin had to force his fever-racked body to keep to the saddle, and he leaned more and more upon the strength of Taqi ad-Din, who had once been a hare-brained raider, but who was now the most able general on either side. Before long the Germans also reached Acre, but they drifted down in ships, some 2,000 of them, with 60 horses, worn to skin and bones. Frederick of Swabia commanded this remnant of the great host that had once set out with Barbarossa. Saladin heard of them and their condition almost as quickly as the Crusaders who welcomed them. Twice a day the Mamluks in Acre reported to their master in the hills by pigeon post. Messenger pigeons, released from the roofs of the city, flew over the Crusaders' lines to the pavilions of the Sultan. On the minute scrolls of paper within the silver cylinders attached to their claws were written the details of the siege, the losses in fighting, the progress of the enemy's engines, and the amount of provisions on hand. Just now, at the end of the summer, the Crusaders were closing in on the wall with grim determination. The battle of the engines began again. The mightiest of the Perriers on either side were matched against each other, fighting gigantic duels with boulders and tree trunks as missiles, until one or the other was broken down. The pigeon reports told of a Christian mangonel destroyed by a great iron arrow, its tip heated red-hot, shot from the wall. The struggle went on at sea as well. The Pisans built a roof over one of the galleys and constructed platforms upon the masts, with flying bridges that could be lowered from these fighting tops. While other galleys bombarded the Tower of Flies with missiles, this strange craft was laid alongside the tower, and the seamen attempted to board the tower from the bridges. The attack was beaten off, and the galley burned by Greek fire. What bothered the defenders most were two béliers, the Muslims knew what the Christians called them, built by the Bishop of Besançon and the Duke of Swabia. Two moving castles with framework of iron, and a kind of protective mat of plaited ropes on the side facing the wall. Their tops were fortified, and in the opening beneath one of them an iron beast's head hung, waiting to be swung against the lower stones of the wall. The béliers went forward on wheels, while attacks were made simultaneously at other points where the moat had been filled in. Caracouche and his men tried everything to find a vulnerable spot in the moving castles. When whole marble columns shot from the largest stone casters failed to break the iron framework, the Muslims cast out dry wood in front of the bélier, setting fire to the heaped-up wood. But the castles did not burn. The Muslim engineers tried all their stock of flame weapons, glass bombs filled with naphtha, and pots of burning tar and sulphur, and cylinders of Greek fire. Still the strange castles did not burn, and the iron beast came nearer. But the constant pounding broke in the top of one of the béliers, and the engineers on the wall hastened to drop their bombs of Greek fire into the shattered part. This castle went up in flames. The other succumbed to different measures. It stood opposite a gate, and the Muslims sallied out unexpectedly, drove off the Crusaders, and held their ground long enough to set fire to the interior of the giant machine. Curiosity impelled them to attach chains and iron hooks to the bélier, and when they retreated, they drew it after them through the gate to inspect it at leisure. It took days to cool off, and they estimated that the iron plates and frame weighed 10,000 pounds. Later they managed to send the beast's head on the ram around to Saladin. This success encouraged them to try another sally. They armed themselves with some kind of flame projectors, and when the Crusaders rushed at them, streams of fire were turned on the armoured knights, burning through cloth and skin and shrivelling the flesh beneath. While the Christians rolled and twisted on the ground in agony, the Muslims turned the flames against the line of mangonels and burned up many of the engines. All this was reported to Saladin by the pigeon post. For some reason, no pigeons were available to send messages into Acre, but the resourceful Arabs found another way. Volunteer swimmers went down to the shore at night, stealing as near as possible to the Crusaders' lines. Stripping off their mantles, they slipped into the water. Floating past the anchored boats of the blockade, they made their way into the harbour with gold coins and letters sealed within their belts. Some of them were killed, and others dropped out of the perilous service. But one man survived and made the trip every other night, swimming back in the alternate nights. Always his safe arrival was announced by the first pigeon of the morning, until the day when the pigeon brought no word of the swimmer. Several days later his body was washed up on the beach within the harbour. He had been drowned, but the belt and the sealed packages within it were intact. Never before, says Baha ad-Din, did a man deliver after his death a charge entrusted to him. No longer did Saladin's armies range the countryside. Instead, they settled down in the base camp up the river, building themselves barracks and shops. A steady stream of camel strings moved into the camp with grain sacks and oil jars, cloth and weapons. Beside the caravans walked labourers, slaves, cadis, and vagrant nomad clans. Around the pavilions of the Sultan grew up a third city with makeshift mosques and covered markets. Saddle workers sat in their booths beside coppersmiths and barber surgeons, who proudly displayed the teeth they had pulled out and the corns they had cut off. Barefoot cobblers squatted in the shade of woven mats, stitching riding boots and slippers, while their urchins fought in the street in front of them. A visitor from Baghdad relates, "The market was enormous. It had 400 shops of farriers and veterinaries. I counted 28 kettles in a single kitchen, large enough each one to hold an entire sheep. There were 7,000 booths. So long had the army remained in the same place. The Africans had charge of the baths. They dug down an arm's length in the ground and found water. They made a tank and a wall to enclose it out of clay, and they covered it all with a roof of wood and matting. In the thickets around them they cut firewood, with which they heated the water in kettles. It cost a silver coin, or a little more, to bathe oneself." This was a new kind of war for the Muslim troopers, a test of endurance. Spies were sent into the Christian camp, unarmed peasants carrying fruit or meat to sell, and they brought back surprisingly accurate information. Baha ad-Din, writing his journal in the Sultan's tents, knew as well as Ambrose in the Crusaders' huts what happened each day, knew how food was failing, and how the last ships of the autumn brought in the first English contingents, led by a certain Archbishop of Canterbury, a warlike prelate. Gangs of Arabs made nightly raids upon the Crusaders' horse lines, and seldom returned without trophies of some kind. They even crept through the guards. Clad in black and moving as silently as animals, they stole into the huts where men lay sleeping, and awakened the sleepers with knives at their throats. Holding fast their prisoners, they explained by signs that an outcry would result in a slit throat. Then they stole back with their captives through the lines. As the autumn passed, the Christian leaders, the Archbishop and Count Henry and Conrad the Marquis, made a sortie in force to get possession of a supply of provisions the Muslims had left by the palm grove of Haifa in the shadow of Carmel. They crossed the river and marched in a compact column between the swarms of Muslim horsemen, the Templars and the English keeping the rear. They were out in the open country for 3 days, and Saladin, lying helpless in the grip of fever, fretted himself with worrying because he could not take the saddle against them. and after 3 days of fighting they cut their way back again to the Christian camp without the provisions that the Muslims had had time to remove. So the balance held even between the two hosts. If food was scanty in the Crusaders' camp, it was still more so in the city of Acre. If an epidemic swept through Saladin's open camp, it raged more disastrously among the Christians. Baha'u'ddin relates, "The two sides were so accustomed to the sight of each other that the Muslim soldiers and the Frankish soldiers sometimes ceased fighting to talk. The two throngs mingled, singing and dancing together, after which they returned to fighting. Once they said, 'We have been fighting for a long time. Let us stop a while and allow the boys of the camps to show what they can do.' So they matched two parties of boys who struggled together with great eagerness. One of the young Muslims, seizing a young infidel, lifted him off the ground and threw him down, making him a prisoner. A Frank who was watching came forward and redeemed the captive for 2 gold pieces. 'He was your prisoner,' the Frank said to the victorious youth." The rains began again, but brought no respite this time. The chronicles yield glimpses of the good and ill fortune of both sides: the death of the Duke of Swabia, grain ships coming from Egypt at sunset in a rising storm, the ships driven upon the shore by Acre, while Muslims and Christians fought to carry off the precious cargoes, part of the weakened city wall falling, and the garrison building it up anew under the swords of the advancing knights, a surprise attack upon the wall by a single ladder that almost prevailed, Saladin debating for long hours with his amirs, and in the end deciding to relieve the garrison. The war-worn garrison taken off by the ships that brought fresh men in under command of Meshtub, the Kurd, during the storms, Karakush still in command. Even Ambrose, watching this struggle of unyielding multitudes, felt that something rather epic was taking place before his eyes. He knew, it seems, the legends of antiquity and the songs of the elder minstrels. He tried in his own crude verses to make clear what he felt. "Seigneurs, not of the death of Alexander, whose passing made such direful clamour, not of Paris, nor of Helen, who had from their amour such pain, nor of Arthur's deeds, of Brittany, nor of his hardy company, nor of the stalwart Charlemagne, whose jongleurs sing so merrily, do I know the verity. I cannot say 'tis truth or lie, but of what befell this host of Acre, the cold, the ills, the pain they suffer, all that I can relate indeed, and good it is for you to heed. In winter that brings the wind and the rain, it is then that the little folk of the host of Acre had so much misery. Famine had come, and day by day it grew greater. All went well enough, it is true, until Christmas. But when the time of Christmas passed, the lack of things was felt. A man could carry a cask of grain easily enough within his elbow, yet it weighed upon him greatly because it cost 100 besants. A single egg sold for 6 deniers. Seigneurs, I say in all truth that they skinned good war horses and ate their meat voraciously. The crowd gathered around whenever a horse was killed, and a dead horse sold for more than it had ever been worth alive. Even the entrails were eaten. When the men who had money wished to share provisions with others, they could not, because so many people came to demand food. Without the herbs they had planted from seed, and out of which they now made soup, they could not have held out. You would have seen good sergeants and even nobles accustomed to wealth watching the herbage growing and going out to crop it and eat it. A sickness followed, and I will tell you about that. It was caused by the rains that fell without ceasing until all the host was drenched with water. Every one began to cough, and their voices became hoarse, while their heads and limbs swelled. 1,000 died in a single day in the army. Because of the swelling, their teeth fell out of their mouths. Many could not cure themselves because they had no food. Listen to a great evil and a pity. Some men, made by God in his image, were forced by suffering to deny him. The lack of food was so great in the host that many of our people went over to the Turks. They renounced their faith, saying that God could never have been born of a woman. The cross and baptism, they renounced all that. There were in the host 2 comrades, poor sergeants who had between them no more than 1 denier of Anjou, and nothing else unless it was their armour and clothing. They debated how they would use the denier, what food they would buy with it to suffice for a day. They cast lots by counting the hairs on bits of fur, and finally they decided that they would buy beans. They got 13, and in this number they found one that was hollow. To change it, one of them had to go back more than 7 acres, and then the merchant would only change it after much discussion. The sergeant returned, and they ate the beans, nearly mad with hunger. When the beans were gone, their distress was twice as great. Many men got along with a kind of locust bean and little nuts. Those who were sick drank heavily of strong wine, of which they had a good supply. But not having food to go with the wine, they died by 3s and 4s at a time. All the winter the famine lasted, and the men suffered who had come to aid God, from Christmas to mid-Lent. I know this for certain, and not by hearsay. There were provisions enough in the host, but the merchants sold them dear. Some men made a search for those who were most miserable. The Count Henry did much good, and Sir Jocelyn of Montois, who ought not to be forgotten, the Bishop of Salisbury, who did not keep his hands closed, and likewise many others who feared God. Supplies arrived at Tyre, but the Marquis of Montserrat kept them there, and did not let them come to the host. Then they cursed the Marquis. No one knew what would happen, and people went about without wishing to look at each other. In spite of the famine and the general discouragement, the siege was pressed. Before the end of Lent, the first grain ships appeared off the coast, to the delight of the common folk, who rejoiced in the fate of the Italian merchants who had hoarded grain in the camp for still higher prices. Between Saturday noon, when the ships arrived, and Monday, the price of grain fell from 100 basants to 4. In April of this year, 1191, the second year of the siege, the army had new cause to rejoice. 6 great ships came in, one of them bearing the standard of France and the king, Philip II Augustus. With him landed a splendid group of nobles, the Count of Flanders among them. The young king had been long on the way, but he was here, and the whole chivalry of Western Europe gathered at last on the sands of Acre. Some of them saw a bad omen in the landing. A large white falcon, a favourite of the king, escaped from its keeper and soared up over the camp. The falcon came down on the wall of Acre, to the satisfaction of the watching Moslems, who caught it at once. Later, Philip sent an envoy to Saladin to buy back the bird, but the Sultan answered that it could not be bought. After this, the French pushed the attack with new spirit, pounding the crumbling wall with their engines. And at each attempt, Saladin's horsemen, warned by the beating of drums in Acre, swarmed to attack the outer line of the Crusaders' camp. Then, early in June, 25 galleys and ships sailed in to the shore. At sight of them, all work in the camp ceased, and barons and men-at-arms thronged down to the sea. The clamour of horns and uproar of voices greeted the leading galley, a red vessel bearing the banner of England. That evening the tapers in the churches were lighted, and bonfires blazed on the shore. while the Crusaders sat over their cups, or danced in the streets, and the Moslem spies hastened to Saladin with word that Richard, King of England, had landed. Baha-ad-Din explains, "A man mighty in strength, vast in courage, and firm in will. Great battles had he fought, and daring was he in war." Chapter 20. Richard at the Wall. The Lion Heart had reached the camp, but not the battle line. On a pallet covered with leopard skins, under the sun-scorched linen pavilion, he tossed and twisted in the grip of fever, his lips and throat covered with sores. His long, powerful arms quivered with weakness. Yet Richard of England was in the prime of life, being 34 years of age and the very figure of a king. Red hair with a tinge of gold fell to his massive shoulders. His forehead was smooth and broad, the dark eyes beneath set wide apart. A short beard, close trimmed in the French fashion, covered his chin. A man he was, confident in his own strength and intolerant of weakness. He had a boy's generosity and love of display, a restless humour that found satisfaction in the bravery of a tournament and the richness of a banquet board. He was never so pleased as when he wielded lance and sword, or turned his own harp at a table. In every game he must have a hand, and in war he must be the leader. On the voyage hither he had lingered the best part of a year to champion the quarrel of his sister with Tancred, usurper of Sicily. He had exacted a treasure from Tancred, and had made lavish gifts in return. His ships, scattered by a storm, had been ill-treated by the Byzantines of Cyprus, and Richard had waded ashore to range the island, until he held the Byzantine prince a captive in silver chains, and his daughter a hostage. In the very cathedral of Cyprus he had married Berengaria of Navarre, his betrothed. Straightway he had embarked again with his bride, attended by his sister and the girl princess of Byzantium, and with new treasure in his coffers. His counsellors knew not whether to rejoice in the conquest of a rich island, or whether to bemoan the weeks and the lives wasted in the gaining of it. Richard himself cared not a jot for statecraft. His great hands were shaped for sword hilt and lance shaft, rather than pen or parchment. Recklessly he had sold the royal prerogatives in England to raise money for the Crusade. He said he would have sold the city of London if he could have found a chapman. In his veins ran the blood of Poitiers and Gascony, the hot blood of troubadours and errant princes, and he had lived a voluntary exile from his father's wrath at the French court, until the death of his father had brought him the crown of England on the very eve of the Crusade. Fastidious, overbearing, and utterly brave, he had lived until now as a prince-adventurer. He had set out upon the Crusade as if it were a new and most joyous adventure. And on the voyage he had mortally offended his careful cousin, Philip, King of France, a youth no more than 26 years of age, who had already reigned 11 years. A patient and disillusioned soul, cowardly in the face of personal danger, but unyielding where the welfare of his kingdom was at stake. Peering into the future, pondering frontier castles and new laws, even on the Crusade, Philip was the exact opposite of his errant cousin of England. Philip had pledged a truce with Richard, but Richard knew that he would break any pledge to gain an advantage. Philip begrudged the crusade that put the careful scheming of years to the hazard, while Richard exulted in the hazard, and baited his timid comrade enemy with no gentle words. In these days Philip lingered moodily in his tent, out of joint with his surroundings, hearing uneasily that in this holy land William the Good of Sicily had died, and Frederick, Duke of Swabia, and the Reverend Archbishop of Canterbury. His cousin, the Count of Flanders, lay dying, and even Richard was touched by the plague. Out of 12,000 Scandinavians who had come in their ships, not 200 survived. He heard that here more men fell in a single battle than in a year's campaigning in France. Outside the ditch of the camp, crosses covered the clay knolls, crosses as thick as the stones in the field. In spite of that, the siege engines whirred and crashed through the day and the night, and dust hung about the grey wall of Acre. Great stones soared from the Crusaders' Perrier, falling upon the roofs within the city. From the Moslem engines on the wall, projectiles buried themselves a foot in the earth. The Crusaders had pushed a covered ram over the filled-in fosse against the base of the wall, and the Moslem engineers cast out dry wood, covering the leather-bound roof of the ram. They shot down Greek fire that caught in the dry wood and burned the ram. Then the Crusaders rolled forward a new tower, higher than the wall, and sheathed with copper. Upon this the Moslems shot clay pots for hours. The pots broke and drenched the structure with a fluid that did not burn. While the men within the tower jibed at them, the defenders went on shooting forth the pots, until a flaming tree trunk was sent spinning through the air against the tower. In an instant the whole tower burst into flames, roasting alive the men within it. The liquid in the pots had been naphtha. "These Saracens shut up in that city," the veterans of Acre said to the newcomers, "are people of great and marvellous haughtiness. If they were not miscreants, we would say that we had never seen better men." And the veterans spoke impatiently to the knights of France and England. "Lord God, when will the assault be given? Here have come the most valiant kings of all Christianity, and the most able in attacking. Let God's will be done." While Richard threshed in a fever of eagerness on his pallet, waiting for the arrival of the bulk of his army with the siege engines, Philip Augustus at length gave the order to make a general assault. Says Ambrose, "In the morning every one armed himself, longing to make the attack. You would not have been able to count all the armed men, all the goodly hauberks, all the shining helms, all the noble horses, all the white caparisonings, all the chosen knights. We had never seen so many distinguished knights, so many pennons, so many ornamented banners. They took their posts and advanced toward the wall, and began to launch missiles and attack." Before them rumbled the standard of France, a cart drawn by mules. In the cart a staff as high as a minaret, bearing a white banner besprinkled with red, a gilt cross above it. Around the standard pressed a chosen guard of swordsmen. And that evening the standard rolled back again. The wounded were carried back, and the dead. A great stretch of the wall had been broken down, but smoke signals from Acre had warned the army of Saladin of the attack, and fierce countercharges by the Moslem horsemen upon the camp had forced the besiegers to turn to defend themselves. "Good Lord God," the knights cried sorrowfully, "what a poor blow we struck!" And the harassed Philip Augustus cried out to his men to avenge him upon the Moslems, for he felt the heat of fever in his veins, and his cousin, the Count of Flanders, lay cold and lifeless in his tent, where candles burned and priests watched. Another fleet put in to the shore with the last of the French, and those two captains of war, Robert, Earl of Leicester, and Andrew of Chavigny, with the best of the English men-at-arms and King Richard's engines. They went into the battle without a day's respite. For the besiegers, maddened by their losses, fought now without giving or expecting mercy. They numbered nearly 100,000, and the broken wall was held against them by no more than 6,000 Moslems. Gone were the days of duels and truces. Newcomers in the camp burned a Moslem prisoner alive within sight of the wall, and the garrison retaliated by burning a Crusader at the stake. Day and night the pounding of the engines went on, while the English mined under the accursed tower, and the Moslems drove a tunnel out to meet them.
In the night, Arab swimmers carrying sacks of sulphur and Greek fire on their heads tried to pass the blockading vessels to enter the city. They were caught in fishing nets. No more pigeons remained to carry news to Saladin, but a swimmer brought out a letter from the weary Meshtub and Karakush, commanders of the city. "We are reduced," the letter said, "to such weakness that the city will be lost if you cannot do something to aid us by the morrow." On that day, the 2nd of July, the Christians advanced again to attack, and Saladin came down from the hills with all his strength, his halka, the veteran guard in yellow cloaks, the cavalry columns of ever-victorious Taqi-ud-Din, the mailed Mamluks of Egypt, led by Al-Adil, his brother. On the flanks rode the wild clans of the northern hills, Turkomans armed with long curved blades and javelins, dark Kurds of the east with their lances and painted shields. Beyond them the Arab tribes hovered like birds of prey, ready to swoop in and snatch up plunder. Baha'u'd-Din watched Saladin setting out at the first dawn. The worthy Qadi said, "This day he would eat nothing, and he only drank some cups of liquid when he was urged by his physician. I did not assist at the battle, being kept in my tent at Al-Ayadiyah by sickness. But from that place I saw it all. Twice did Al-Adil charge